da, dee dee, da, dee dee, da. Everybody! We are live! We are live! We are live! We are live! Hello, 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 hello! Yes, we are live, and today we're reacting to the marathon reveal. I got myself some biryani and whatever this is. I don't know what this is. This looks like beef. That's in here. This looks like beef that's in here. I'm not sure. I'm excited. Right now they're right now they're doing the ARG stuff. Egg's old. I'm having a little too much fun with this. My father's an assistant. Ooh! I need to taste what this is. Let's see. Do I like what this is? Okay, we're in his crotch now. That's not bad. They hid stuff around the studio. I've been watching. I haven't been live because I had to watch our review. That's not bad. That's like alpha code. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm so sorry. I should have been better, streamer. I don't have chat up. I'm completely ass. I'm sorry. I'm bad at the one thing I'm supposed to be doing. There we go. Chat's up. Oh god, that's the bad one. Let's try the chicken. Not bad. It's not the best. Definitely had better biryani. I don't know if this is on here. It's like a sweet sauteed beef. Target neutralized successfully. for two. Let's try the egg, because the egg looks questionable. Like, is this safe to eat when it's like that color? No, it's not. It's not safe to eat. That egg is not safe to eat. That egg is not. Don't eat the egg. It's rotten on the inside. This is not a safe egg to eat. I have to let my father know when he eats his when he gets them. I went out and I ordered 2. But this egg's not safe to eat. It's not. It sucks. Name is warming us. They're like, you can't see what's behind here. People up right here, cool. Sorry. I love everyone's helping. Oh, are they doing a sneak reveal of a gun? Just leaked a gun, eh? Minutes. Is that JC bot? Is that JC? No, it just looks like him. It's just people who turned up for like the live stage event. Why that look like Milo there? I love this. I love this little, how they're interacting with people, and it's really cool. I think this is the most interaction we have gotten from developers. Or, like, these developers, I should say. I don't know what this is. It's still bugging me. Is this like some sort of meat? Yes, it's meat. It's just cold meat. Oh my lord, look at all these people. Uber ride engaged. Oh! It's the marathon team. What's his face? The guy from Destiny. Just the morning. Alright, system is warming up. I don't like the beef. I don't like whatever this is. It's very tough, very like... It feels tough, but it's tender. I don't like it. It isn't flavorless. This has to be one of the worst biryanis I've ever had. Like... what the fuck is half the shit in here? I'd be scared to see what the restaurant looks like. But I gotta run an egg. That's my only worry. The rice don't taste fine. Chicken flavor. This ass, the sauce that there was on the biryani, is alright. It's too chunky. I'm not a big fan of this. Alright, I like biryani. I love biryani. Comfort food for me. But this biryani's ass. You like the way my base cam is now, with like the border that goes around. Oh, other side that goes around like this. It goes completely. I need to figure out this. That goes completely around like this. Oh, I suck at doing this because it's hard. But around like this and down that way. Why am I putting? Everything's reversed down this way. Down this way. Fucking hell. I must have looked special trying to do that. To be honest, that's good. Like, the bike looks good. But there's something to it. I don't know. Smells delicious. It's like if you took biryani and ran it through Burger King. Oh, we're getting a lot. I have to redo my draft of the book that I've been writing. It'll be done quick. I just have to move everything over to a different thing. Let's see if Marathon tweeted anything. Damn. Dude, I could just posted her whole concert live. Marathon has not posted anything.
Our full reveal to go ahead and show you some Marathon gameplay live here from Bungie HQ, but we actually have the distinct privilege of being joined by a pretty solid contingent of the Marathon development team in-house. So in addition to some of the folks we're going to be talking to on stage here in just a little bit, we wanted to take the opportunity to get to introduce you to just a few of them here before we kicked off the show. Now, first things first, someone who's been here at Bungie for a little bit and someone who has also agreed we're going to do it on film and make sure that everyone knows that you've agreed to take me on a run at some point. But Kevin Yanis, Senior Design Lead here at Bungie, how's it going?
It's going great. I'm really excited for this truly momentous day.
It's going to be a lot of fun. What about today's show are you most excited about?
Yeah, honestly, I'm really excited for the team, or for everyone to see the team's work on the runners. We've been developing these gameplay fantasies and visual for a long time. I know the community's reacted really positively to some of the previews we've given. And, you know, Bungie games have this immaculate touch and feel, this great gunplay. And with Marathon, we're adding tact shooter elements to it. To really increase that depth and mastery that people expect from our games. So I'm excited to see how everyone reacts to that.
Yeah, now we're going to get to see a lot of that soon, but we're also going to get to see, you mentioned you get to work on the runners. Can you tell us just a little bit, without spoiling what's on the show, what we're going to see today?
Yeah, sure. With these runners, you're going to see they're pretty archetypical. So you're going to see different but clear and distinct fantasies and gameplay identities and roles. And hopefully people walk away from this understanding how their team compositions are going to look like and what their friends are going to play.
Outstanding. Kevin, well, thank you for being here today, man. We appreciate it. As we go right on down the line, we're also joined by Senior Engineering Lead here at Bungie, Mr. Sean Chan. Sean, how's it going, man?
Hi, I'm great. Yeah, it's really good. How are you?
Doing great. Thank you for asking. That's so nice of you. For folks out there that may not know what it is a Senior Engineering Lead does, what do you do here at Bungie?
Yeah, I make sure everything works. So like, if something doesn't work, Kevin comes and calls me, right? This doesn't work, come call me. Everything's like, call Sean if it doesn't work, you know?
I mean, it's a huge undertaking, obviously, here working in video games. It's such an intersection between art and science. Anything particular today that you're really excited for people to see?
We have a lot of cool tech that people haven't seen yet, like stuff that can happen in this game that we just haven't seen before. Right, so this will be the first time they see it. I'm really nervous, and I hope everything works well.
Being nervous means you're both excited but want it to go well, so that's a good thing.
Absolutely.
Well, Sean, thank you for being here today, man, too. We really appreciate it. And of course, as we go on down the line, we're also joined by Marathon's narrative director, Julia Narden. Julia, how you doing?
Really excited, Andy.
Today, we're obviously going to get a lot to show, or get to show off a lot rather today here in just a little bit. But what are you most excited for people to see?
Oh man. So as you know, we've been treating this as both a reimagining of and a direct successor to the original trilogy, which means we've been taking that really rich, textured world building from the original games and using it as sort of a sacred foundation that we want to continue building on. And finally, we get to share some of that with our community today.
It's very exciting, and selfishly, as someone who grew up playing the original trilogy with his dad, it's been so much fun getting to talk story with you. Can't wait for everyone to get to see. Anything in particular, anything else that you're excited for people to get to dig into as they learn more about Marathon? We've unleashed a little bit with the ARG and everything, but any thoughts so far?
If I said it, I'd get in trouble, so I think I want to keep it a surprise.
Fair question. All right, well, we got a big show coming up. Thank you, Julia, for being here. Thank you all, too, for taking the time to join us today. We appreciate it a ton. All right, we are in final prep now, everyone. So we'll be back in just a little bit on the other side with some Marathon gameplay. Don't go away.
I couldn't get it. Oh. Okay, I was just seeing if I get one of those gifted subs. How do you hide chat? How do you hide chat? $27K. Most people are watching other streamers because of the roommate alpha codes. Oh my, whoa. What the hell was that? Reality is one of those things that's very hard to fuck it up. Company seems to have fucked it up badly. I've never seen so complain that the chicken's not tender, but no. Oh wait. It's not so hard. Thank you, Robin. Not bad, but we'll never order that. The reason why we never order guys on butter burrito place across the street. Capybara. Less than a minute. Routine. 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 Voltage flashing lights, patterns, which may marathon. 2893.
Hello and welcome back to Bungie HQ here in beautiful Washington, where we're coming to you live with the opportunity to share a little bit of marathon gameplay with you for the very first time. My name's Andy. I work on the social media team here, and we've got an awesome show lined up for you with a little surprise at the end that you're going to want to stick around to. So make sure to go ahead and not tune out early. But no need to worry. You're not going to have to sit here and listen to me. I'm joined by some of my teammates here at Bungie to walk us through some of what we're going to be seeing today. So no time like the present. Let's get into the show. First things first, this gentleman here to my right, to your left, is Marathon's game director, Mr. Joe Ziegler. Joe, how you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you very much. Super excited to finally show something about our game, you know? We've been a little bit silent for a while, but we're hoping you'll have a lot of fun today.
Yeah, we'll have another video in addition to the one of just you in your office hanging out.
Exactly, so, I won't be talking for like 20 minutes straight this time, I promise,
So for anyone out there that may not know you or what you do here, can you tell us just a little bit about yourself?
I work with a lot of amazing people, some of the people on the stage, a lot of people who are sort of in the audience here today. My goal is ultimately to take sort of all the ideas that we have, bring them together in a singular experience, and help to deliver that experience as a single thread. So,
Thank you very much for being here today, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. As we go on down the line, we're also joined by a man who's been instrumental in bringing the worlds of both games and film to life, our franchise art director, Mr. Joe Cross. Joe, how's it going?
Good man. Good man.
Joe, for anyone, obviously you've got some fans here, but for anyone out there in the audience at home that may not know you or doesn't get a chance to work with you, can you tell us just a little bit about who you are and what you do here?
Yeah, so I'm Joe Cross. I'm franchise art director of Marathon. And my job is to sort of set the tone and the vision, the visual style of this, reimagine this IP and this amazing game. And then, make sure that our world-class art team is set up for success. Paving the way a bit.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for everything.
Yeah.
We're going to have a lot to dig into today, so thank you for being here as well.
Thank you.
As we go right on down the line, we have, without a doubt, the most important Andrew on this stage here today, our gameplay director, Mr. Andrew Witz. How's it going, Witz?
He's the important one. He's how the game feels.
Witz, for anyone out there that may be just meeting you for the first time, can you tell us just a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, Andrew Witz. I'm the gameplay director. What basically means is I had to work with a bunch of awesome people to set up what the survival sandbox of Marathon is going to be. So that's runners, weapons and equipment, and the combatants, the UESC. They're going to be hunting players on Tau Ceti. So yeah, what up to the gameplay team? Thank you all for all your work.
And of course, last but exceptionally not least, someone who you've probably seen in Bungie Vidocs in the past and someone who's been able to help guide design here at Bungie since Halo 3. The one, the only Senior Design Lead here, rather, the one, the only Mr. Lars Bakken.
Very broken.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lars, we're back.
You could say Marathon's back.
You could. I'll leave that to you, though. Well, for anyone out there in the audience who may not get that reference and is just meeting you for the first time, can you tell us just a little bit about yourself and what you do here?
Yeah, my name is Lars Bakken. I'm a senior design lead on the Run team. Shout out to Run team, everyone that's out there right now. A lot of fans out there. So the Run team is consisting of, we make the maps, so the zones that you're going into. We make the activities, so we take some of the cool stuff that Andrew's team, we remix it, we add the UESC in, we make them real difficult on purpose. And then we also have the contracts team, which are the factions, the corporations that players are sort of doing deals with because they're mercenaries. And that gets a little bit down into sort of the missions and everything. And so that's the stuff I hopefully make everyone proud with.
Well, we'll get into that here very shortly, but no, thank you all for starters all for being here. Before we get started as well, a quick reminder, do yourself a favor, make sure you've got your Bungie and your Twitch account linked to make sure you don't miss out on the Twitch drop that's going on right now. And if you also go ahead and subscribe to any channel in the Marathon directory, you can get a special little cat badge next to your name to go ahead and show everyone that you were here today. So go out there, find a streamer you haven't found before, and make sure and drop a sub out there and share the love. And also, if you have dropped your sub here on Marathon the Game, worry not, that money all goes to the Bungie Foundation, so thank you for helping us help them do some good out there. And now we have a big show again lined up. We've got some gameplay on the way coming up very shortly. We had a chance to go ahead and work with some creators and press very recently, and we're going to show you what they thought of the game. And of course, again, I'll repeat myself, but we've got something really great for you at the end of the show, so make sure and stick around.
Early, they're going to
again,
announce
the
the
purpose of today is to show
alpha.
off some gameplay.
We know it already.
I'd love to hand the mic to you
It
for this
makes
next
sense.
part.
That's how Bungie
so
does
before we
shit.
get started, obviously there's a lot to talk about today. We have a little bit of a taste to show you about what our game is about, just to kick us off, so we can put some images to what we've been talking about here. So let's take a look.
Oh, look at that fucking skybox. For the creators of Halo and Destiny. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, wow. That sucks.
Death. The end of all things. But the dream is not over. My dream. Yours. Now. Run.
That sniper looks cool. Whoa. That shield looks like it's really broken ability. Oh, that's cool. Escape drill. That's one hell. Wish this now on all platforms. Ooh, good choice. Coming September 23rd, 2025! It's coming out so soon. It's coming so soon. Wait a minute.
Everyone,
May,
first
June,
things
July,
first,
August,
you saw that correctly.
September.
Marathon will be releasing just later this year on September 23rd, so you'll be able to ship out to Cal City very shortly. And in addition to that, coming just later this month on April 23rd, we're going to be running a closed alpha test that you can be a part of. Now, as a quick heads up, this is going to be focused on North America, 18 plus only. So there's going to be a big chance to play up front, but don't worry, there's going to be other opportunities to play later. So to make sure you're caught up with all the details and you're ready to go, do yourself a favor, head over to our Discord at discord.gg/marathonthegame. And of course, if you're here in Twitch chat with us today, then you've already done yourself a big favor. Members of our community and moderation teams are going to be going out and looking for folks to drop codes to as well to make sure that you can get priority access when the alpha kicks off. So go ahead and keep an eye out on your inbox. There's no exclamation point drops or anything you need to do, though I'm sure folks will do it anyway. But worry not, you've gone ahead and done yourself a favor by being here today. But let's get into it. What did we just see?
A lot of death, you know, is first what we all saw. But honestly, you saw a first glimpse of some of what's going on in Marathon, you know, our extraction shooter that we're creating over here. And it's got a little bit of everything. It's got some runners in there. It's got some weapons in there. It's got some crazy stuff happening, but yeah.
Yeah, a little taste of the weapons in there. You saw some alternate weapon actions. The flip scope is in there, so weapons are going to do more than just shoot, obviously. It's a Bungie game. We got to like really push things. Yeah, a lot of runner abilities are in there as well. The UESC, obviously a little taste of the UESC and what they're capable of. Yeah, a lot of awesome stuff.
And some fun world interactions too. Like there's that sequence where the shutters go down and then everything goes wrong for the team that's in that room. But that's, yeah, it's pretty cool to see those things.
Yeah, everything goes wrong, the Andy Salisbury story. Mr. Ziegler, so why are we making Marathon? Why is Bungie going into the extraction shooter space?
I mean, extraction shooters are something that are a passion of all of ours. Like, we really like the idea of bringing this experience that we've all enjoyed, which is this kind of intense survival-based experience where you are frequently unsure of what's going to happen next, but you're on that adventurous ride of it. You know, we talk about it sort of like it's a horror story that's kind of unfolding before you, and testing yourself to see if you can survive it. And we really wanted to take that and sort of, I don't know, bring a lot more people into it. When you love something, you really kind of want to just, you know, attract others to it, and so you can have a bigger party with it. And so, yeah, we've been doing a lot of work to make that happen.
Yeah,
you know?
No, it shows. And you know, Lars, obviously, Bungie's got a long history of shooters, but this is a new type altogether for us to dive into. From your side, what's it been like designing for all of this?
It's been fantastic. So when I started at Bungie, it was on the multiplayer team. And I am a competitive person in my nature. I really enjoy PvP. And so having to take that in the Marathon game and think about every single angle of every design, knowing that there will be other human beings in, around, and on the other side of it has just been fascinating and really exhilarating for myself personally, and I also know for the team.
Yeah, it's been really exciting to see. And you know, obviously, you mentioned we saw a lot. We saw some runners. Mr. Witz, can you do me a favor and help introduce these 4 runners that are going to be available when the closed alpha test begins?
Yeah, for sure. We'll have 6 runners at launch, but we're focusing on the core 4 here they're going to be in the alpha. So going left to right, we have Locust. Locust is our soldier kind of fantasy, our soldier kit, all about push forward gameplay, right? The first one in, trying to get as many picks as possible, right? Against either the UESC or other players. Next, we have Blackbird. It's a very reconnaissance-based kit. all about like figuring out where players and enemies are in general and punishing poor positioning. Glitch is like our agile disruptor kind of kit, all about pushing forward, disrupting enemy teams and what they're doing and getting out and kind of having that kind of cycle. Void is our stealth boy, our sneaky boy, all about throwing down smokes, going a full active camo cloak into the darkness, getting some reses, and then taking some people by surprise. So yeah, this is our core four right now for Alpha.
These are really
A lot of different
cool.
playstyles to choose from out of the gate.
Absolutely.
And even furthermore, Joe Cross, also, if anyone's not following Joe Cross on Twitter, do yourself a favor and do so. But you've been sharing some art with these runners pretty recently out there on Twitter with everyone. Before the show, we were talking a little bit, and I've heard this come up a lot, but you guys have been working off of this concept of graphic realism. Can you tell us a little bit about what that is and what that means for the design here?
Yeah, it's one of our ingredients that we've sort of conjured up to help us define the visual world. For these runners, the first thing we wanted to make sure was their visual fantasy reflected the gameplay fantasy well. And then we sort of have our unique recipe of influences and inspirations for the reimagining of this world. And one of those sort of constraints we've created is this idea of graphic realism, where we kind of reduce the amount of geometry, we limit our materials, we use a lot of graphic design and color. And we sort of use it as a tool to onboard artists who are working on the project. And then it doesn't hurt to have a world-class concept team cranking this stuff out. And that's sort of the origin of a lot of these designs.
Yeah. And obviously the world of Marathon has so much legacy to it as well. As a kid who grew up playing it, I know it well myself. But like, what's it been like stepping into this world?
It's amazing. For art geeks out there, the sort of the father of the Marathon visual world in a lot of ways is this guy, Craig Mullins, who you see art represented on the left, started out as a fan, then got incorporated into the IP officially by Bungie. And so his legacy looms super large. And we've always tried to, pay attention, pay homage, make sure we were doing justice. And you can see here in the center, this is kind of a proto-runner. We developed early in the process to make sure that our sort of approach to graphic realism and style lined up and sort of represented that. And then on the right here, sort of an evolution into one of our actual runners here, Blackbird, with a similar fantasy and composition. So I think it's working out well, and I think we're doing something new, but also sort of looking back.
It's like a 3-panel study on how to hold the spine, right? Is what you're looking at. Yeah, that's really awesome. Yeah.
Is it a spine?
I don't know. It could be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, that said, if anyone out there in Twitch chat as well has any questions, go ahead and drop them in. We're going to try and answer as many as we can. We're going to be showing, again, a lot of stuff today. So if you've got anything that comes to mind, please feel free to throw it in there. Folks on the community team are going to be keeping an eye out. But we've obviously got a chance to go ahead and dive a little deeper. We've done some telling. Let's go ahead and do some more showing by taking a bit of a deeper dive into some more Marathon gameplay.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Gameplay overview. It looks very pretty.
Marathon is a team-based extraction shooter set around the mysterious and cutthroat world of Tau Ceti 4. You are a runner, a cybernetic mercenary who's given up their human form for a biosynthetic shell with unique abilities and stats, capable of both tactical and fast-paced combat.
That's cool.
Here you'll fight in a crew of up to 3 players across a variety of zones and points of interest. You'll face rival runners in zones of up to 18 players, countless security forces, and otherworldly threats. To scavenge the remains of a lost colony for glory and fortune. The environments of Tau Ceti 4 are filled with weapons, materials, and equipment you can scavenge throughout the map. Before deploying, you'll strategically build your loadout and select a runner to ensure you're equipped for the run ahead. Your objective is simple. Get in, gather as much loot as you can, and make it out alive. Die, and all your gear will be up for grabs. Survive, and your loot can be taken into future runs as you grow in power and fill your vault. Death is inevitable, but it's never the end. Think quickly on your feet and outplay your opponents, and in your next run, you and your teammates will be the ones coming out on top. And even if you're down on your luck, factions can sponsor you with a fresh loadout, so you can get right back into the fight. Bungie brings its best-in-class first-person multiplayer action to the forefront. Dynamic and tactile gunplay, runners with unique playstyles, and customizable builds create highly dynamic and strategic team fights. Whether you're on a zero-to-hero run or high-rolling with powerful gear, you'll need to use your best judgment when you decide which fights to pick and how. Because no matter how geared you are, players with skill and strategy will always have the edge. Marathon is designed to be played in crews, with contextual pings, shared objectives, and down but not out, to streamline playing with your friends. Death is not the end. And if you're the last one standing, you can overcome the odds to revive your teammates and get out with your hard-earned loot. And if you believe your skills alone are enough to conquer any challenge, we give you the freedom to opt out of crew fill, to take all the glory for yourself as a solo runner. No two runs in Marathon ever play out the same. With dynamic events, variable weather, and unpredictable players, you'll have to adapt on the fly if you want to survive. Each run has a time limit, and anything can happen while you're chasing your objective. Looking to unlock upgrades or increase your faction reputation? Slip into the shadows as Void and ghost past your enemies. Search the map for rare materials and profit opportunities without being discovered. Want to push enemy teams and steal their loot? Bring in Glitch with agility implants and your strongest weapons to disrupt rival crews. Running support for your friends, grab extra equipment, shield charges, and a specialized backpack to be the lifeline they need. You're always free to experiment with team compositions, and the only limit to how you want to play your runner is your loot and imagination. Endgame challenges, ranked play, discovering secrets, seasonal storytelling, community events, and more all await you in Season 1, where you and your friends will start to unravel the mysteries of Tau Ceti 4.
So they actually have full-fledged, like, in-game things to do.
Remember, you're only ever one run away from your next big score.
All right. It's a decent amount of gameplay. All right. Let's get into breaking this down. So I think for starters, again, you know, as we touched on before the break, Bungie has such a rich history with Marathon. You know, Joe Cross, from your standpoint, facilitating this gameplay with your art style, again, what was it like kind of approaching this from your perspective? What were you looking to do?
You know, build on the legacy. The narrative of Marathon is incredibly rich and like inspirational, easy sort of inspiration for art. I also love just sort of having the keys to this car from this era, working on a game from this era. I love older games. I love the way the games look from the PS1, PS2 era. So there was a lot for us, and you know, like I said, paying homage to some of the great sort of iconic artists of the time. So
yeah. And also we had some keen-eared folks in chat. I think it's Joey Wolfinder asked if this is Ben Starr. Yep, Ben Starr was the narrator of that piece. Excellent ear.
Great voice, right?
Yeah, super cool. Yeah,
Wonderful voice.
He's almost an Andrew Witz, but he does his best. But all right, I'm gonna put you on the spot with a tough one, Mr. Joe Ziegler. Yeah. Who's your favorite runner?
Ooh, controversial question. I play a variety of them, but I will say probably the one I end up playing the most is Blackbird. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Any Blackbird mains out there? Yeah. I like playing Blackbird because it's a great crew runner. Like it's in terms of being able to provide a lot of information, provide a lot of support. It's also a
seems
great
like a requirement
runner that's kind of
for
helps to
some
counter a
team
lot of
comps, like,
strategies that
especially
can
like
occur,
Black.
especially ambush strategies that happen. Also to catch Void out of position if Void's trying to hide. So yeah, there's a lot of versatility to how you can play it.
Very fun. Mr. Witz, I think
Void
you and
seems
I
like
share the
solo
same
play.
main. I got to ask as well, who's your go-to runner?
Oh, I split my time between Locust. I'm a very push-forward kind of player, as Joe reminds me all the time, because I'm pushing too much, too
You don't
often.
even have a W key. It just goes.
I just love to go fast forward. That's right. And so, like, yeah, that push forward gameplay that Locust kind of has, right? Being like the first to try and get a pick, you know, seeing somebody out of position, going for that pick. Also, I like to play glitch a lot too. Again, like, I really love that disruption playstyle. I love just finding an enemy crew trying to exfil, trying to extract, and then like taking like the arm cannon and just knocking them out of like the zone, and now they're trapped with me and hopefully my teammates. Joe.
I'm scanning. I'm looking for enemies. It's good, yeah.
To that same end, actually, as you guys kind of discuss the runners, Destas in chat asks, what's the pacing targets to the gameplay? Are there any movement or traversal mechanics?
There are a lot of movement and traversal mechanics inside of the game, but it varies. Your effectiveness varies per runner. Yeah.
Yeah, like everything in like we're making like a survival sandbox, which means everything kind of has to have a cost, right? And so like going, if you want to go fast, like Locust has like a super sprint, so to speak. Like they have leg jets that kind of come on to help you sprint even faster. That causes heat. So basically, it's almost like a stamina system, but we call it heat because we're these awesome mercenary cyborgs, right? Where like the body overheats, and so this character has like some mobility, but you overheat quite a bit. So that's kind of the cost that's there, and so that's what pushes us into like finding implants that maybe like expand like how much like your heat meter, and also give you more agility, so you can even go even faster, right? So yeah, there's a lot of cost in the game in terms of when we place a mobility thing in there, we really want to make sure. It's like, how does this affect the pace, and how does this affect the overall survival sandbox?
And to be fair, we're still looking at the alpha builds. We got to balance a lot of stuff because some stuff is kind of sketchy. Yeah.
No, we have a lot to learn. That's why we're doing this, right?
Yeah, I mean, and actually, while we're talking about kind of those finer details, Witz, I'd love to still kind of bug you a little bit. In Marathon, build crafting is a big deal. What does that mean in the world that you guys are building?
Yeah, and so like the runners are essentially like a base, right? And so each runner has, they have a bunch of implants that you can kind of find that do kind of
Like
wild things, and like as they go up in
subclasses.
rarity, right? There's a lot of stats, so you can increase your resistance to certain things. So like Tox is one, so you can essentially be poisoned, right, as our Tox, and so you can build up resistances to that. You can increase your agility. There's shields,
I like
obviously, that
this.
make you a bit more durable. We have cores. Cores are really cool. They basically give you like extra passives. And at the base rarity, like they have these kind of passives that you kind of play around. At the highest rarity, they are specific to the runner kit that you have, the runner you're playing. And what they do is they really augment your abilities wildly, right? So you can, you're doing one thing, and then you get like a cord specifically for glitch, and now you're like, oh, my double jump is a triple jump? Like that's how much we want to kind of push that, so that gear really matters. And so builds are like completely the implants, the cores, weapons, weapon attachments. Weapons have like a pretty cool progression too. We have gold mods, which are kind of like the highest end of the attachment pool. They're essentially like exotics in our game, right? What is the exotic version of this Magnum that can do some wild stuff?
That's
so yeah,
cool. They have
really it's the
exotics.
entire package together is what the build crafting experience is in Marathon.
That's super exciting. And actually, to that same end, we got a question in chat as well from, I think, Firex is how you pronounce it. How many players are going to be in each map?
Varies per map.
Yeah, it varies per map.
Got it.
The footage that people have seen a lot of, Dire Marsh, we support up to 18 players.
That's not bad.
Okay, all right, so going to be room for a lot of play styles. To that same end, I know we talked a little bit about Void earlier as well. Lars, can you walk us through maybe just your play style when you're approaching any of these runs?
Sure, yeah.
Let's go ahead and sell out the best strategy.
I have to give away my secrets. So Void is really fun for me because it leans into this part of my personality that is like very devious. And so, if you go on a run with me, I'll be like, hey, any claymores you see, let me know. And I'm putting those in my backpack, and I'm doing crazy things like, okay, so Void has a prime ability that sends out, I think you saw it in the video, it sends like a wall of smoke that sort of like your home base when you do that. It's a portable. Because when you go in that, you become invisible. You get automatic active camo. So I'll do things like set that up to make people believe I'm doing one thing and then do another. So a lot of subversive things. I'll go in there and I'll claymore the inside, right? If someone comes in after me, they're gonna have a very bad time. But I also do things like I'll go to a place in the zone where there's high tier loot and I'll claymore it up and then close all the doors and leave and be like, I wonder if anyone's gonna show up. And then sure enough, maybe 5 minutes later I see the shield crack in the HUD and I'm like, yes, I can go back and see what's going on. So yeah, that's how I like to play.
Yeah, how about you, Joe Cross?
I'm more heavy,
What's your go-to?
Well, if you know me, I'd rather look good and lose. So I generally pick the runner with the coolest helmet, and in this lineup, I think that's clearly Blackbird. As far as my play style, I'm typically just a decoy. So it's
like, Joe, go over there.
Yeah, exactly. I am
Look
the
really
worst.
great. Over
Yeah,
there.
exactly. Just stand in the open
Yeah.
for a little bit. Yeah.
So that's the end of my run story.
Fair. Well, we want to thank you all for your collective sacrifice. We appreciate it. So actually, to that same end, obviously we do a lot of play testing here internally. Witz, I know you mentioned you've got a folder of some of your best plays, but what are some of your most memorable runs so far?
Some of my memorable runs are really when I think I'm going to be doing one thing, right? Like, okay, I'm going to do a contract. I'm going to be going here. I got to go into this room. I got to interact with this device. And I think it's like I'm safe. Like I'm kind of doing like a routine thing. I can get in and get out if I'm like smart about it and really kind of listen for what's going on. Like there's no UESC around. There's no players around. And oftentimes there's another player. Like the best moments is there's another crew that are going for the exact same thing. And there's this moment of like you're about to turn the key to get into a locked room, and then the other team is right there, and you're like, oh crap! Like, and then you're like, this is all-out war in like a hallway that seems to be like a regular hallway, but now it's just like it just gets crazy. And so I think those are the peaks that happen where there's these tense moments you're trying to do something that lead to these very quick crescendos where these mercenaries kind of going crazy and like all these players are jumping in.
You make it sound like you're playing so carefully, but you're not.
Listen, the tactics are happening fast up here.
Okay.
They're
It's
going,
just processing power.
They're going, yeah, the math is going. Like it's happening.
It's improvisational, right?
Yeah.
It sounds like, runs can obviously entail a lot, but we also have a question from Sharky218. Is loot going to be just weapons, or is there going to be more for people to go after while they're out there in Tau Ceti?
There's a ton of loot.
There's a ton of loot.
Yeah, there's implants, there's cores, there's equipment,
Consumables.
there's
Grenades.
Let's
Talk about grenades.
Yeah, there's grenades. We have a bunch of different types of grenades in the game as well that you can loot in the world. We have valuables, we have backpacks, attachments, weapons, materials, keys.
There's a bunch of stuff too that we're just we call valuables, but like there's times
I'm
when
gonna be
you're running
reacting
low
it
on
to
money
after
and you're
this
like,
event.
I just need to do a
And then
valuables
after
run right now, and I need to pick up these things and get my
Wild
money,
Gate
into my
Overboy
space
/
bank. So.
Breach.
Space Bank, yeah.
That actually is a good segue from, and I'm not making this name up, Ballin' Hobo asks, what do I do with the loot when I extract? Like, why does it matter in the long run?
Yeah, there's a variety of reasons. So a lot of it was related to sort of our factions and contract system. But if you want to talk a little bit about that, Lars.
Yeah. We've got this entire system we call factions. You're doing contracts, they're like missions, and you are being greeted originally by AI representative because you are a mercenary. Don't really have allegiance to anyone. They are going to pay you to do these jobs, and so they'll give you these missions to do. And as you're doing these missions, like Andrew said, sometimes you'll run into danger. But the cool thing about, I think, a lot of the faction and the contract system is like you could complete the, download the agricultural survey from this one area on one of the zones, and you're doing the thing, and you've sort of done it. So even if you die, you've still made progress there, which I think is a really cool aspect of that feature. But then there's also this other meta layer where as you're working with the different factions, they allow you to upgrade yourself over time, and so you can increase your heat meter, you can increase your loot speed, things like that.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, you're trying to get as much loot as possible to meet the challenge of the world, right? Like, essentially, you know,
I'm gonna
different
try.
missions get harder over time, right? Which means you want to have more loot on you so you can survive longer, you know, so just in general, be able to do like, you know, fight all the different, you know, hostile entities in the world, like get through the, there's a POI on a zone that's heavily fortified by UESC and all of the different units that are there, the snipers, the assault units, like you want to be able to not only withstand that and players. So there's a lot of reasons why you want to get loot again.
And honestly, like a lot of the loot translates into things like upgrades, you know, that you utilize through the factions, but there's also an in-game store called the Black Market where you can use a lot of your currency and things like that to actually re-equip yourself if you go on a bad run or to upgrade yourself if you need anything from that space. So yeah, there's a lot of reasons to get a lot of good loot out. I don't think I'm ever short of reasons to get loot out.
That just says something else about me. I'm just a loot goblin. So sometimes extraction shooters also can be seen as kind of hardcore and maybe tough to get into. What are some of the things that you guys are doing to make them easier to dive into?
Yeah, I think there's a couple things that we could talk about. One is we are obviously investing, besides doing a little bit more onboarding in the front end so players can understand a little bit about what the nature of the game mode is. We're also doing a lot to make combat something that's a little bit more approachable, but also just equally as deep and have pretty wide things. But I think Andrew could talk about it, yeah.
Yeah, we want to make, like, this is like a Bungie shooter, right? We want to make sure it's approachable. We like nail those fantasies. Every button press feels awesome, right? And so really trying to bring that kind of, like morph the Bungie action game into like in the survival space where, again, everything kind of costs something, right? Getting shot, like you're not going to have like a limb system where like, you know, your limb's broken or anything, but you will, like guns do stopping power, right? Which they can knock you out of sprint, they can slow you down, right? Status effects are still in the game. And so if you are hit with a chem grenade, right, you're gonna be toxed. You can be immobilized, right, which really slows you down. You can be overheated. There's all these things, and that pushes you into using consumables and making sure you have an answer for these things that happen. So we're trying to make sure that you keep the depth of the survival game, but the approachability of the action game, right? And so that's how we're trying to marry that together. And in addition to that, if you have some bad runs, right, like, and you don't have a lot of, you see your loot kind of going down, we have the sponsored kits, like it's kind of talking in the video earlier, where it's a package of gameplay items like weapons or equipment or maybe a shield or something or consumables. That's kind of like the floor for what we think you can be really, like you can be capable in the environment and actually like fight other players that actually are kitted out. So you're never feeling like, the goal is that you can always clutch even if you find somebody who's completed kitted out in like really high-end gear, because that's your payday, right? That's like the beauty of the moment of like, oh my God, I took this player and oh, they have the best shield in the game. Hell yeah, you know?
Yeah. Hurts. I mean, obviously, gonna be a lot of good pointers for folks at home taking notes for when they get a chance to get into the alpha. But we'd be remiss if we also didn't mention how a big part of what we do here at Bungie is working alongside our community, which is why we've also had the chance since about 2022 to work with hundreds of different creators in our community as well, to go ahead and get some of their feedback. So to those of you out there that have joined us, thank you very much for your time and your opinions. They mean a lot. But no need to listen to me talk about it. We actually just last week had a bunch of folks in here to go ahead and play test the very same alpha build that some of you will have a chance to join in on as well. So I vote I go ahead and let you tell them about it in their own words.
You kind of feel the blood pumping.
Got him, got him, got him. Down them all again and 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 again.
1,000 yards stare meme.
This is a new
I
world.
get so focused.
This is a different take on an
I
extraction
get very
shooter.
like tuned into everything.
It's game changing. It is literally game changing.
I also then forget to talk sometimes while playing these games. What are characters to press play the alpha?
This is such an exciting time for us. You are the first group outside of Bungie to playtest our alpha build.
Some streamers that I watch for Destiny.
Look daddy up, let's go.
Okay, I am
UI
ready
looks nice.
Whatever you two are. Is there... Oh, we are bringing some money in this time.
Quick read.
Oh, you looking around? See
Yeah, I'm
his,
gonna see who we're gonna raid with.
Alrighty. Bio research is right next to us. You want to do the intercepts?
The map looks huge.
Yeah.
It looks nice.
You just want to grab that real quick?
Yeah, we should.
You want to get going?
Yep, Metro.
That should be a good one.
Someone should just screenshot my stair so I can make it into emojis.
Oh, okay. There's.
Oh, yeah.
So, for the gang, there is fall damage, and it is severe if you
There
drop
is. I got a mod
a
earlier that like drastically reduces it though. So there are ways to reduce it.
I may have just exploded my kneecaps.
If you dash right before you hit the ground,
Before you hit
you
the ground,
don't take
it saves it.
damage.
It'll break the fall, yeah. Happens to the best of us.
Gameplay looks really nice. Oh, nice.
Yeah, more AI inside the little shrubbery compound over there.
A hostile unit is calling for reinforcements.
All right. I do want to react to that actor on my own. They're out.
Sorry. Excuse me, sorry.
It's just a long watch. It's 4 hours.
Yeah, still heading to field maintenance.
Yep.
Oh, I got AI over here like 20 feet.
Oh, that's a nice shotgun. It hit hard. The gun designs of these things look really good.
Are we killing them or
The
ignoring them?
design also the utilities, and the HUD, and the scopes. They're really, really cool. And there's clearly a rarity system because it's got purple, green, and blue.
ammo. Guys, find me.
It's also got a 4 slot. He's gonna have 4 weapons, maybe?
There's 6 underneath.
I got here, I think.
Player. Down one.
I hit one for the kill, but I'm
One, two.
Gameplay looks so solid.
down. That's all of them.
I'm most impressed in the design.
Either way,
I like
I'm getting
seeing
right now,
I like seeing all this and each one of your things do damage, XP that you get through it. It's really nice.
Yep.
What?
That's a purple one.
There's the self-revive kit.
Oh, hell. Wait, the one that's at fire like 5 knees. Oh,
Damn, no recoil on that.
With grenadiers, yeah. They're pretty. What'd you have on your little guy?
Oh, one of the guys you killed had just been weapons on him. Poor guy.
Oh, mechanics kit. That's what we need, right? Maybe just mechanical status effect.
I'm using it.
Yeah, I'm inside with them. When you have the mechanics kit, it doesn't take anything. You're just good. Yeah. I'm unlocking the box. Yeah, dropping in. Big ones too.
Damn. There's different type of enemy types too. It's nice, very diverse. Very diverse.
They've got long shots in too. Oh. Yeah. That's gotta be.
I played one shield. There's a loot up there. Huge, absolute. Oh my god, I'm almost dead. I just realised.
Where are they?
They're on the balcony. Like south 200.
I got one knocked. Nice. That's annihilated, dude. Oh my god.
On me. I'm out of ammo.
Yeah, I would say it's a self-res.
There's a sniper.
Freaking no! It's a Brian! Kill him, he's a fiend, dude.
I'm coming to you, Sven.
Backpack is huge.
Don't underestimate this guy.
People are crouched.
Oh my god, that bitch. He killed 2, I think it's 1v1. Ben, you
So it
knocked
looks
one,
like
I
there's like
knocked
15
another.
to 20 minutes of how long a match runs. So, you got actually good time.
I literally only have a sniper.
Ooh, nice headshot.
A unit is signaling for reinforcements.
Oh, heavy rounds.
The knock I had was way over here. I don't see anybody over there yet.
He's been quiet for an awful long time.
I don't know what his abilities do, but he also has this.
I see him. I see him.
He's right there. He's right there. Yep.
Yeah, we got one shot.
So we hit the red. That's okay. Yeah, he's holding the angle at a distance.
So this is their objective up here. Find a data card.
A sniper.
Exfil pack.
Yeah, right on me, right on me. This player. I mean, very weak up there. I'm underneath.
Are they where we got down? Nice.
We're watching some glitch gameplay.
Knocked one. Coming. Got one left.
I take shots on the right side, like usually.
No, if they're close. I got no tags.
Or it might be void.
Oh. There. You got eyes? Yeah, A1.
Yeah,
Is that him up there? Is that him up there?
I like the architecture too. The
Is he
architecture
upstairs
is really
inside?
nice in this game.
Yes, sorry, he was. Yeah, hear him. Where's that USAC?
No,
There's
you
a
said
USAC guy right
something in
there.
there. They were shooting something in there.
I wonder if there'll be like bosses and stuff too.
I think they kind of built a ringer group, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I'm feeling pretty confident.
They built a god squad, you could say. I feel like we might be the god squad.
That was good. That was a good run.
Yeah.
Your own last bullet.
We got knife some AI and grab some guns.
We can go to field maintenance.
So
We got a loot
25
container
minutes.
key. Isn't there one of those around here?
Yeah, it's right here.
Thanks, Rat.
Where did I just hear that thought? Oh, I knifed one.
That auto, that LMG feels like it looks really good. Does that make sense? Feels like it plays good. That's even worse, I think.
Oh my god, I'm dead. Yeah.
Damn.
Yep. Something's sucking me.
Stop sucking him! It's a purple shield.
UESC reinforcement signal detected.
I found a purple enemy. I heavy knifed it 4 times and had to dump a full mag into it.
Really?
Yeah.
They have energy shields too. So it's kind of Halo-y.
Okay. Yay! I don't want the
Yeah,
conquest. LMG. I should take it, but I don't want it.
But here, take
Oh,
this.
long
Take
shot.
this.
Sniper.
What's the question marks again?
That
That
is a
are on
good
the map?
quest- Oh, I think those are the players, right?
Huh? Like
Like
this?
the cash players?
Yeah, I don't know.
Players.
One's more focused on the game than the other. Ooh, I like the way it's still pilots.
One is broken.
I'll get a purple
That
shield. I
sucks.
knocked one.
That sucks.
I knocked one. Found him.
Prepare for increased hostile action.
Glitch is moving. Glitch is moving.
Behind, yeah, Glitch is behind you at the moment. White shield, white shield.
Oh, she's scared. She's scared.
Down, down.
Very good.
Very, very nice. I called the purple.
It takes so long for things to
Yeah, I want the
scan.
frickin' purple. There's a green on this one.
Purple shield. Who has that?
Me.
The big items, the big drops, the stuff that's like really high value, they're like, I have to get this out.
Doesn't matter if I'm playing Lucas or Void or Glitch. If I've got a better aim, I'm going to win. There's no other extraction shooter like that where I can have that kind of gameplay.
When people find out about some of the
People are
secrets and
known
stuff,
for playing
they are
Jack
going
and
to lose
Bungie
their
and
mind.
Bungie games title.
Playing so far has just been refreshing, I'd like to say. Everything felt really locked in.
This being sort of the next full Bungie experience is an exciting moment.
The game is inherently fun. I just want to play more.
Coming September 23rd.
All right, so obviously having those creators in was a whole lot of fun. Getting to work with both creators and players alike has been a privilege. It's been a great time getting to set that up. And of course, I promise I'm not saying this just because I work on the social media team here, but if you head over to our YouTube channel, we have a full 20-minute version of that. So youtube.com @MarathonTheGame is where to find us. Also same with all of our other socials as long as I'm at it. But Lars, obviously again, like we talked about before that video, we're familiar with working with our community really closely, but have we ever done it this early or at this scale before?
So I've been at Bungie for a while now.
Yes, for File
since the
Escape,
Halo
you
3
did.
days, and I think the thing, even since my time, we've been really good about is working with players, working with the community. It's something we take pride in. And on this game in particular, yeah, we brought people in, players in much earlier into the process than I think we ever have before, and it's given us really good insight. You know, we tell them when they show up, be brutally honest, because that's how we learn. That's how we understand what needs to change, what needs to get better, and I think it's been really great.
That's been a ton of fun. I mean, even again, like these folks were all here last week. You guys were in there with them. Some of you playing as well. What was it like?
Oh, it was super exciting. Yeah, I mean, like when you have a lot of there was a combination of players who we've been engaging with for a long time, and some players who were brand new, and it was great to see sort of like the mix of the both. Especially when you got to some higher level skilled players who just joined in and immediately got it and started destroying everybody, like Tens and Lupo was in there, and but yeah. Yeah, you had some pretty awesome moments, didn't you?
Yeah, so it was pretty amazing to jump in, and I'm gonna throw Nick under the bus for a moment here. Like apparently he was on the team with Brian and Jeff Keighley, and they were not having success. Y'all were like destroying them,
Clearly
the
Nick was the
creators.
problem.
Yeah, it's probably
I
your
agree,
team that
Nick
was
is the
destroying them. So I was brought in as like a hired gun to help get Jeff through, and
thank you.
I did my job.
Mission accomplished, Lars. Yeah.
Something that he's used to, obviously. Which also, though, you were saying you were observing a little bit as well, maybe not playing quite as much. What was it like, from your perspective, getting to see all these folks jump in and play the game for the first time? Some of them.
I mean, it was awesome. It's awesome, like playing the game for so long, right, and seeing other people play the game. It's just a great feeling, right, for like the whole team. You get to see things that you designed for happen, and in real life, right? You see people who are like being hunted by other players that take refuge by like we're a heavily fortified area, and watching the UESC equalize a little bit. Moments like that was great. There was another fight that was like it looked so fun, but also hilarious, but also like really like it was like a great time, but also really tense. There was two crews that were fighting under the Dire Marsh map. There's a bunch of tunnels and stuff like that, and they were fighting in the tunnels, and the fight was literally like almost one by ones, like 3 and 3, like constantly moving towards each other and fighting in the hallway. The person in the front dropping meds for people in the back and changing positions, and that fight went into like little vents as well. So it was like this it was this hilarious chase that was like it was super tense because you didn't know exactly whether you were going to get third party, and they were just the volume of the room kept on going up from those two crews because they were just like, where are they going to get flanked? There's another vent right there that could pop up from there. And they were shooting vents just like out of just pure paranoia. It was awesome to watch.
It's a good balance to strike, obviously, yeah. And you, again, we were mentioning you got to play. Were there any other creators you got to dive in with?
Oh, yeah, I was on a team with Valkyrie and Kanamina, and we had a lot of fun. There was like a couple moments where we bunkered down underneath a greenhouse in the tunnels underneath. Tunnels are dangerous, and they were fun. But we basically created like a little claymore nest down there, and so we were baiting them down into it. And yeah, it was pretty successful. I'm telling you, the claymore strats are good. Yeah. Don't sleep on claymores. They're
pretty solid.
Yeah.
Feel cool.
Like, I know.
So even in addition to these creators, the legacy of Marathon's community goes so long goes so far rather. As someone who's played a lot of Aleph 1 in the past as well myself, back on my Titanium G4 PowerBook so long ago, bringing in the Aleph 1 team was really, really exciting. You guys got a chance to work with them as well, isn't that right?
Yeah, I mean, it's super exciting to sort of connect to the heritage of Marathon, right? Like to keep that alive as we're sort of building this new world. And so working with the Aleph 1 team has been really awesome. With the Marathon Classic on Steam.
I was just sitting in the car with my family quietly.
But yeah, both of those, it's just been, it's like sort of connecting the threads, if that makes sense, sort of remembering the past as we're sort of building this new, re-envisioning in a lot of ways.
I would explain that too.
Actually, kind of on this topic as well about the dangers of the world. We do have a question from Twitch chat. Are there dangerous PvE encounters? Obviously, you've mentioned that the UESCs are out there, pardon me, and you should underestimate them at your own peril. But can you tell us a little bit more about maybe some of those emergent threats that await players?
Yeah, absolutely. There's the UESC security units that are out there. There's a bunch of different types that do different things. So watch out for them. We also have ticks, which are these wonderful, surprising, explodey fauna. Yeah, they run at you. They run at you, explode on you, and you have to shoot the nests actually to get rid of them essentially. Otherwise, they'll keep coming. And there's a bunch of hazards and stuff that are like going to be on the map as well. That we have a bunch of like tox rooms and all kinds of surprises that await players. And in the alpha there's a few, but
what's the scariest UESC unit to you?
The scariest unit? Oh, the Ghost Commander for me, for sure. The Ghost Commander, their ability is like they go into active camo and they actually have clone. They have a bunch of like clones that go out there, so you think you're not sure which one to shoot, and then by the time you recognize which one is actually the real one, right? It's like it may be over for you, but that's one. The Sniper, also love the Sniper as well. We really want to have these prolonged sniper fights that are really great against the UESC, and if you manage to really push them and they notice you're pushing, they'll punish you for that too. So definitely be careful of these units. Tread carefully.
Not to be trifled with, right?
And the recruits, honestly, the recruits, they have this rush down that they do. If you're not too careful and knowing where they're going to be flanking you and rushing you down from, we're purposely making them these formidable foes that you can't get treasure out of the world easily, and they're guarding it, and they're doing a pretty damn good job.
And you can't ignore them either. Once they're on your set, you kind of got to figure out a way.
Yes. Exactly.
Also, too, we've got another question from, I believe, Shepsky. Can a team be composed of any number of runner types, like 3 Blackbirds, for example?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yep.
There's no restriction on how you assemble your crew. You can all play the same. You can create a meme comp if you want. Or you can diversify a little bit, and sort of try to use each other's utilities. But we've seen them all. It's been really cool to see kind of the different combinations we've seen. Yeah.
But you may never know, like those 3 different players that are playing Blackbird, they may have very different builds and what they're gearing towards in Blackbird, right?
There may be some the sun's right
of them,
here,
one of them may actually have implants that
no light.
allow them to go in active camo. That's not a specific thing for a runner, so we're purposely trying to make it so that you can diversify.
I did see the shield wall comp, which is like basically 3 locusts in the playtest from last week.
I didn't even realize.
So again, obviously it's been so much fun to hear you guys even talking about this game and the experiences you've had. You've been building a world that's really ripe for players to tell their own stories in. Again, with the closed alpha on the way on April 23rd, as players finally get a chance, some of them to jump in. What are some of the stories you're most excited for them to
It sounds like I'm going to be taking the ending of this PENPAL story.
I mean, there's so many different stories that I think are that we're looking forward to seeing happen, especially ones that we've never even seen before. But getting onto the planet, honestly, just trying to survive amongst all of the different threats that exist there. The dying, when our trio says death, it's death. There's a lot of death in the game. The learning from it, the challenging yourself, the getting back up and trying to do something new. It's gonna be exciting. I'm sure there's plenty of other things.
I'm curious, Mr. Cross. What are you expecting?
I'm had the fortune to launch Destiny and now Marathon. It's always amazing to put something out into the world that you've been working on, sort of in a bubble for 6 years or something like that, and have the players experience the visual world for the first time is amazing. Introducing the IP into the world, sort of beyond the game, sort of the culture it creates. Always excited to see what the fans tell us what the game is and what the metas are and what the IP is, and so that exchange is always amazing.
Yeah, check out the Discord. It's getting wild in there right now. Wits, how about you? Anything come to mind on your side?
I'm just really excited for folks to discover the content and play with it in interesting ways. We've been making this meal for a bit. It's just time to see folks play, right? Like we've been making the sandbox for a bit. We've been working together on all the activities and everything in the world, right? It's just going to be exciting to see people react to it organically.
I've had a hard last few years.
Very
I'm also curious
I
to see
unfortunately had
which runner will be the crowd
all but
favorite.
one grandparent passed away. I lost.
I have theories.
I know you have many theories.
I've lost mostly all of my
chat, Discord, let us know. We'd love to hear what you guys are thinking.
Absolutely.
But that brings us to just about the conclusion of what's been a very action-packed show. So for starters, guys, thanks so much for being here today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, and thank you everybody out there. Like our team is literally sitting behind these cameras here, and they're amazing. Like you should give yourselves a hand, for putting it out.
But I try to keep the vibes and my my outgoing self here.
And there's an immense amount of staff here that has been super gracious and kind to come and help work with us on this. So just want to make sure all of you, let's give you a hand too. You've been doing an amazing job. Thank you.
That's right. So again, as we noted at the top of the show, coming up at the very, very end, we've got a very special surprise. So go ahead and do yourself a favor and stick around all the way through till the end. But again, a huge thanks, Joe Ziegler, Joe Cross, Andrew
I
Witt,
try to. Some
and
days are
Lars
just
Bach.
hard.
Thank you all for
Some
being here
days
today.
it's just like
and of course,
your brain
again, to
reflects
echo
on it.
Ziegler,
It
thank you
hits
so
you
much
at
to the entire
random
dev team here at Bungie.
I'm
Thank you so
also
much
a
for being here
person who,
today.
like,
Whether you're
suffers
here with us in
from
person
bipolar
or you're at
disorder
home,
and,
it's your contributions that make
ADHD.
Marathon possible. So
So
truly,
they
thank you.
they
It's
conflict
honestly
with each
humbling to
other
be
a
here
lot of the
today.
time.
And again, of course, the crew here, thank you all so much for all of your hard work. It's been incredible seeing this stage come up so quickly, rather. So thank you so much.
No
It's been a gargantuan
botting
effort,
in
and
my
it's all thanks to your
streams,
efforts.
please.
And most importantly, again, to
I'm gonna have to
all of you fine
remove
folks
that.
out there for joining
I'm gonna
us
have to
today.
remove that,
It's such a
like,
privilege for us to get the opportunity to share what we've been working
These
on. And it matters
Autobots are
most when you show up
getting
and join us. We know
annoying.
you have busy days, and we're thankful to be a part of it. So thank you for joining us here on this Saturday morning. And of course, we got something fun at the end. Make sure you stick around for a little bit longer. We're going to be rating Scarrow and Mr. Raffle Waffles, Milo, out there here just after the show ends. So go ahead and tell them we said hello when you get a chance to drop into their chat. But as has become kind of a tradition here at Bungie with our streams, we've saved just one more special thing here for you at the end. Now, we've told you a lot about the game so far, but we haven't had a chance to really touch on the narrative just yet. And we're really excited to build a story that's innovative in the extraction shooter space, both in and out of the game. And we'd love to show you a glimpse of that now. So we've had the opportunity to partner with Academy and Emmy Award-winning director Alberto Mielgo to go ahead and show you just a bit of a snapshot of what life is like on Tau Ceti. So we hope you enjoy, but in the meantime, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and we'll see you all Starside.
What has Gibby done? I don't really remember studio names. Let me copy and paste this so I can search up. But I love anime. I watch a lot of it. I'm right now trying to watch what's it called? Fire Force Season 3. Oh, Spirit Away. They did Spirit Away. Princess Mononoke. Yeah, I love these. Castle in the Sky is one of my tops. My Neighbor Totoro is really good too. I see a lot of these in theaters. Like, I feel very blessed in Canada that they have a lot of anime events in our like cineplexes and stuff. It's really cool. Damn, what's happening? Damn, heads are just exploding. Oh my. Oh, I like this graphic. like I feel like this art style would be a really good like animated movie.
Who said, two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that it sculptor well those passions red which yet survive. Stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them, lifeless thing that mocked them. And the heart that fed, and the heart that fed.
Looks really good, like well done.
Welcome once again. Once again. As the new shell. As the new shell feeling.
I mean, it feels just like what it is, right? Like $1 trillion.
Like $1 trillion.
Sakaguchi Genetics sent a reminder. Your shell repayment is coming up and will be charged against your line of credit.
Yeah, I know. Do you mind if we skip the formalities this time? Got a big contract waiting down there, so.
Understood. Let's proceed with your grounding exercise. Are you familiar with this item?
That's my lucky charm. Yeah. It's supposed to be my lucky charm.
Oh, nice! This is so well done. One thing I love about Bungie's really good.
Film that I randomly the entire film is on YouTube.
Oh, nice! Once you send it, I'll like after stream, I'll look at the trailer and see if it's something I want to do for.
The Undertaker said you can watch that after stream as a small
Now,
comfort.
consider this.
I'll watch the trailer, and if I really like the trailer, I might save it for stream movie night, which is going to be on the 17th. I was gonna do a horror film or two, depending on how long the horror films were. But yeah, I finally found a way, did research on how to do like reacting to licensed films, and it looks like on YouTube it has to be an unlisted stream, which means you can only watch it with a link that's been sent, so I'll post it in Discord, or you can just go over to Twitch and that'll be available to watch every 17th around 2 or 3.
It speaks to me.
Let me listen.
Yeah.
Because it also, by like the standards, you can't do it more than once a month, so.
Do you ever wonder what happened to these people?
It's not my business.
And this music is. You'll have a tough time finding a buyer.
Good. It's not for sale. Give it to me.
Bam!
Undertaker said up to you. I will just send you the entire film YouTube link.
Alright. Why did he take the shot? Yeah, damn. Escape will make me God. All this for your song.
And on the pedestal these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remain. Nothing beside remain. Round the decay of that colossal wreck. Round the decay of that boundless and bare. The lone and level sand stretch far away.
I love how like realistic this looks, but it's also still like a game. Like it's still in-engine stuff. The graphics are really well done on this. Damn, rogue AI be
Do
like.
you recognize this child?
I don't know. Is that me?
It's an endless loop. Marathon's original stories by JPEG. Okay, there's a lot. Why sideways? Carlos, Margaret, Carlos. Luca Lewis Bar. Join the Alpha for Alpha. What? Sign up to join the disc 2. What? Why is it in reverse? I need to figure out the Discord link and stuff like that. What's the Discord? Please dissipate. Creator Alpha gameplay content now live. Discord has Marathon the game. Okay. I gotta join this Discord because I want to get an alpha key. https://discord. Oh.
The Undertaker said that.
Thank you. The game. I'm joining the Discord because I want to get an alpha code. It just said error. It's being funky with the phone. So I have to go here. Try a server. Servers. Official. said stay around to get a sneak peek at something, so we're gonna stay around. It's just doing this. It's saying I can't join the official server. Oh my god. There we go. I'm human. I clicked join server. It's being so fucked up. Like, it's being so fucked up. It's being stupid. There we go.
Wait, is it the real PlayStation? I don't know. I don't know Twitch, man. I don't do this. Is it the real one?
Submit.
Oh my god, it is. Okay, let's do it. I've gotten to Okay. Play somewhere around 75 hours of marathon. All right. So over any questions you have, chat, I can answer a lot of them. Ask away, my friends. Ask away.
It's being messed up.
For the past 6 or 7 months, I've gotten to play somewhere around 75. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, everyone. I hope you're as excited for Marathon as I am. I'm super happy to be a part of this as I am.
I got here.
And I can't thank Bungie enough for letting me come out, play test, get some footage, make review of the game, and that sort of stuff. So, what we are going to be doing, chat?
I don't care about that. I'll have to do this whole thing with the fucking thing later because it's being messed up. Being very messed up.
Withheld some details from a lot of my story.
We've seen the screens. Friends. Alright, I'm going to start my video in 3, 2, 1. Hello everybody, it's Vex here. Today we're finishing off PENPAL, which is about like 20 to 40 minutes left into this. This is the finale. I have been heavily warned that I'm going to be leaving this hurt. So, we're gonna start it. I don't want to take too much time to explain all this stuff before, because I'm gonna compile my thoughts and stuff in a separate video later, coming out 2 weeks from now, a week from now. I want to sit upon it for a bit. Let's go.
On the first day of kindergarten, my mother had elected to drive me to school. We were both nervous, and she wanted to be there with me all the way up to the moment I walked into class. It took me a bit longer to get ready in the morning due to my still mending arm. The cast came up a couple of inches past my elbow, which meant that I had to cover the entire arm with a specially designed latex bag when I showered. The bag was built to pull tight around the opening in order to seal out any water that might otherwise destroy the cast. I'd gotten really adept at clinching the bag myself. That morning, however, perhaps due to my excitement or nervousness, I hadn't pulled the strap tight enough, and halfway through the shower, I could feel water pooling inside the bag around my fingers. I jumped out and tore the latex shield away, but I could feel that the previously rigid plaster had become soft after absorbing the water. Because there is no way to effectively clean the area between your body and a cast, the dead skin that would normally have fallen away merely sits there. When stirred by moisture like sweat, it emits an odor, and apparently this odor is proportionate to the amount of moisture introduced. Because soon after I began attempting to dry it, I was struck by the powerful stench of rot. As I continued to frantically rub it with the towel, it began to disintegrate. I was growing increasingly distressed. I had put as much effort as a child could into his first day of school. I had sat with my mom picking out my clothes the night before. I had spent a great deal of time picking out my backpack, and I had become exceedingly excited to show everyone my lunchbox that had the Ninja Turtles on it. I had fallen into my mom's habit of calling these children I hadn't met yet my friends already. But as the condition of my cast worsened, I became deeply upset at the thought that surely I wouldn't be able to apply that label to anyone by the time the day was over. Defeated, I showed my mom. It took 30 minutes to get most of the moisture out while working to preserve the rest of the cast. To address the problem of the smell, my mom cut slivers off a bar of soap and slid them down into the cast, and then rubbed the remainder of the soap on the outside in an attempt to cocoon the rancid smell inside a more pleasant one. By the time we arrived at school, my classmates were already engaged in their second activity, and I was shoehorned into one of the groups. I wasn't made very clear on what the guidelines of the activity were, and within about 5 minutes, I had violated the rules so badly that each member of the group complained to the teacher and asked why I had to be in their group. I had brought a marker to school in hopes that I could collect some signatures or drawings on my cast next to my mother's, and I suddenly felt very foolish for having even put the marker in my pocket that morning.
Damn.
The kindergartners had the lunchroom to themselves at the elementary school,
bullying,
but some of the tables were off limits, so I didn't have to sit alone. I was self-consciously picking at the fraying ends of my cast when a kid sat across from me.
I like your lunchbox.
I could tell he was making fun of me, and I grew really angry. In my mind, that lunchbox was the last good thing about my day. I didn't look up from my arm, and I felt a burning in my eyes from the tears that I was holding back. I looked up to tell the kid to leave me alone, but before I could get the words out, I saw something that made me pause. He had the exact same lunchbox. I laughed. I like your lunchbox too.
I think Michelangelo's the coolest. Yeah.
He said while miming nunchuck moves. I was in the middle of rebutting by saying that Raphael was my favorite when he knocked his open carton of milk on the table and onto his lap. I tried very hard to stifle my laughter since I didn't know him at all, but the struggling look on my face must have struck him as funny because he started laughing first. Suddenly, I didn't feel so bad about my cast and thought that this person would hardly notice now. Just then, I thought to try my luck. Hey, do you want to sign my cast? As I pulled out the marker, he asked me how I broke it. I told him that I fell out of the tallest tree in the neighborhood. He seemed impressed. I watched him laboriously draw his name, and when he was done, I asked him what it said. He told me it said,
Josh.
Josh and I had lunch together every day, and whenever we could, we partnered up for projects.
The friend who ran away.
I helped him with his handwriting, and he took the blame when I wrote fart on the wall in permanent marker.
How did it go from, like, the ending of Screams to becoming so wholesome? Like, yes, I'm excited. Like, I know it's gonna get worse as it goes on, but it's, like, so wholesome right now. It's, like, preparing me to be absolutely dread-filled.
I would come to know other kids, but I think I knew even then that Josh was my only real friend. Moving a friendship outside of school when you're 5 years old is actually more difficult than most remember. The day we launched our balloons, we had such a good time that I asked Josh if he wanted to come to my house the next day to play. He said that he did and that he'd bring some of his toys. I said that we could go exploring and maybe swim in the lake. When I got home, I asked my mom and she said it would be fine. My enthusiasm was boundless until I realized I had no way of contacting Josh to tell him. I spent the whole weekend worrying that our friendship would be dissolved by Monday. When I saw him after the weekend, I was relieved to find that he had run into the same obstacle and thought it was funny. Later that week, we both remembered to write down our phone numbers at home and then exchange them at school. My mom spoke with Josh's dad, and it was decided that my mom would pick up Josh and myself from school that Friday. We alternated this basic structure nearly every weekend. The fact that we lived so close made things much easier on our parents, who seemed to work constantly. My mom and I had moved across the city at the end of first grade, and I was sure that our friendship had seen its last days. As we drove away from the house I had lived in my whole life, I felt a sadness that I knew wasn't just about a house. I was saying goodbye to my friend forever. But Josh and I, to my surprise and delight, stayed close. Despite the fact that we spent a majority of our time apart,
That doesn't always happen. I feel like that's the first time as a kid, if you experience that, you feel despair. You feel stressed and anxious about it. I feel like that's like the first time most kids would. I know you can feel that beforehand, but that all comes down to mental health and stability. But I feel like if you're a pretty alright kid, that would be the first time you feel that. It's a lesson learned within it, but it's also good to like that it worked out for these kids.
and only saw one another on weekends, we remained remarkably similar as we grew. Our personalities coalesced, our senses of humor complemented each other's, and we would often find that we started liking new things independently. We even sounded alike that when I stayed with Josh, he would sometimes call my mom pretending to be me. His success rate was impressive. My mom would sometimes joke that the only way she could tell us apart was by our hair. He had straight, dirty blonde hair like his sister, while I had curly, dark brown hair like my mother.
Well, she's dead!
One would think that the most likely
I'm
thing to drive two young friends apart would be what's out of our control. However, I think the catalyst of our gradual disengagement was my insistence that we sneak out of my old house to look for boxes. The next weekend, I invited Josh over to my house, in keeping with our tradition of alternating houses, but he said that he wasn't really feeling up to it. We started seeing progressively less and less of one another over the next year or so. It had gone from once a week to once a month to once every couple of months. For my 12th birthday, my mom threw a party for me. I hadn't made that many friends since we moved, so it wasn't a surprise party since my mom had no idea who to invite. I told the handful of kids I'd become acquainted with and called Josh to see if...
Ouch. Ouch, raccoon. Ouch. I try. I know my hair's a bit fucked up, but damn. Damn. I would say my feelings are hurt, but they're not.
If he wanted to come. Originally, he said that he didn't think he could make
It's the headphones, I
it,
swear to God.
but the day before the party, he called to say he'd be there.
The Undertaker said mean. Raccoon underscore 01525 asks, you know the guy with the PFP of A Road in Rain?
No. What is that? PFP of Road and Rain. Let's full copy this. Depending on what my search result is. I get no guy with PFP at rain.
Raccoon underscore 01525 said King 01525.
What is King 0125? What? What are these weird references?
The Undertaker said that is one way to join stream, with an immediate insult.
What is this?
Raccoon underscore 01525 said the guy who said he'll follow you on Twitch.
The guy who said he'll follow you on Twitch. What the? What? Let's see. Let's see what this is. What is this thing? I don't understand the reference. I'm gonna get back to reviewing this.
There. I was really excited because I hadn't seen him in several months. The party went pretty well. My biggest concern was that Josh and the other kids wouldn't get along, but they seemed to like each other well enough. Josh was
Huh? These insults mean nothing. I am confused. I am baffled. If you're going to insult someone, you have to intend for impact. Here, try. Intend for impact. Intend for impact. I'll wait. I'll give you time. Damn. Got nothing?
surprisingly quiet. He hadn't brought me a gift and apologized for that. I told him it wasn't a big deal. The party went pretty well. My biggest concern was that Josh and the other kids wouldn't get along, but they seemed to like each other well enough. Josh was surprisingly quiet. He hadn't brought me a gift and apologized for that. I told him it wasn't a big deal. I was just glad that he was able to make it. I tried to start several conversations.
You know, growing up, I never wanted gifts. I rather experiences.
The Undertaker said, "What is? Dude, Raccoon, stop ruining the mood of the story."
Like, I always ask for experiences instead of gifts because I feel like memories last longer than, like, a toy. Like, I was that odd kid, and, like, I'd be like, hey, don't get me anything. Like, don't get me a gift card and stuff. Let's go to the, let's go to the mall and grab me some, like, lunch instead, and then we can go shopping and stuff. Or, like, my one that I used a lot was, the Bluffs. Let's go to the Bluffs. Let's, get some ice cream and stuff like that. I was that kid, which thinking about it now, I feel like that's weird, like, as a 8-year-old, 9-year-old, like, through the years, and I'm still like that. I'm like, even when people get me a gift, like, my birthday was just just passed, like, a month ago. Well, less than a month ago. What day is it? 12. I was very odd when I got gifts. I was like, what? Huh? Oh, okay. I guess. But a lot of people, like, don't, like, I normally, like, don't ask for anything. But I'm also a huge gift giver. Like, I'm a big gift giver. Like, if someone could tell me, like, the budget's, like, $25, I'll go spend $100.
conversations with him, but they seemed to keep reaching dead ends. I asked him what was wrong. I told him that I didn't get why things had become so awkward between us. They were never like that before.
Yeah, it's like, it's weird. I think I like gifts, but I think because I'm so used to like wanting experiences because I like memories, that like it still feels odd to me to this day.
We used to hang out almost every weekend and talk on the phone every couple of days. I asked him what happened to us. He looked up from staring at his shoes and just said,
You left.
Just after he said that, my mom yelled in from the other room that it was time to open presents. I forced a smile and walked into the dining room as they sang Happy Birthday. There were a couple of wrapped boxes and a lot of cards, since most of my extended family lived out of state. Most of the gifts were silly and forgettable, but I remember that Brian gave me a Mighty Max toy shaped like a snake that I kept for years afterwards. My mom insisted that I opened all the cards that had been brought and thank each person who had given one, because several years before on Christmas, I had torn through the wrapping paper and envelopes with such fervor that I had destroyed any possibility of discerning who had sent which gift or what amount of money. We separated the ones that had been sent by mail and the ones that had been brought that day, so my friends wouldn't have to sit through me opening cards from people they had never met. Most of the cards from my friends had a couple of dollars in them, and the ones from my family members contained larger bills. One envelope—
I think money is a lousy gift. I think money is just such a bad gift. I think if you're getting a gift, it should have intent of impact or intent of experience. Like, if you're gonna give money, just get a gift card. Get like, say, like you have a quote unquote, like say you have a best friend or something, and you're thinking, oh, I don't know what to get him or whatever, or her. Are you just gonna give cash? No. It's better if you get like, say, I don't know, maybe a restaurant gift card, and then you could be like, right on it, a date or something, a few days or whatever, to go get like lunch. I think that's a much better way to do that than to be like, here is $25. Because then it's like, I always feel like it's like, okay, it doesn't have value. Even though technically, yes, it does have value because money and the economy that we live in.
Said visit Vex Live 3's Ko-fi page at
Kofi, shut up! I'm talking! Sorry, Kofi. I'm sorry.
The Undertaker said money is a gift that shows that you know basically nothing about what the person is interested in.
Yeah, and if you don't know what the person's interested in, because some friendships are like that. Some friendships are like built upon just like hanging out. Like I have a few friends like that I will only see during like house parties and stuff like that. And yeah, I know what like we have conversations, we connect and stuff, but I don't know what their hobbies are and stuff. So, like if I were to get them a gift, I would get them like a gift card. I thought that was a food gift card or something that I have there, but I would get them a gift card and be like, hey, this is for me and you to go have lunch. And we can enjoy a day out, to engage. So that means next year, maybe you can have a conversation during this lunch to, okay, I know what to get them next year. I think that's a lot better way to do it. But it's also like the caveat to that is like knowing that when you're during those moments is like hard to like be able to adjust for. So it's all like circumstantial. If you know like so far in advance, you have the opportunity to do that. But if it's like, oh shoot, it's coming up in a week, then it's you're less likely to do that. So it's also how much you know on timing and stuff.
Didn't have a name written on it, but it was in the pile, so I opened it. The card had a generic floral pattern on its face and seemed to be a card that had been received by someone else, who was now recycling it for my birthday because it was actually a little dingy. I actually appreciated the idea that it was a reused card, since I'd always thought that cards were silly. I angled it so that the money wouldn't fall out on the floor when I opened it, but the only thing inside was a message that had come printed in the card. I love you. Whoever had given me this card hadn't written anything in it, but they had circled the message in pencil a couple of times. I chuckled a little and said, "Gee, thanks for the awesome card, Mom." She looked at me quizzically and then turned her attention to the card. She told me it wasn't from her, and seemed amused as she showed my friends, looking at their faces, trying to discern who had played the joke. None of the kids stepped forward. so my mom said.
Don't worry, sweetheart. At least you know now that two people love you.
She followed with an
Nah!
extremely prolonged.
No, that comes from the PENPAL. The PENPAL comes at a curse. And I don't trust that. I would not trust that. Especially, I think my mind, and I know it's different because I'm an adult and I think about things more than what a child would. But my first thought would be like, wait, this is the last message I got from Jennifer. What was her name? Jennifer. His phone number, which she did not have because she had passed away. I would be like, wait a minute, no. I'd pull my mom aside and be like, come here. I know who this is fucking from, and we know what we've ran into several times. But again, as a child, you'd be like, oh, cool, who's this from? Looking around, like, okay.
An excruciating kiss on my forehead.
Wait. This is before that.
The Undertaker said this is before Veronica.
Yeah, I just realized that. This is before Veronica. I just realized that because I started thinking. It takes me. I speak more than I think, and then I think after I'm done speaking, and then I connected it after. Still bad juju.
That transformed the group's bewilderment into hysteria. They were all laughing, so it could have been any of them, but Mike seemed to be laughing the hardest. To become a participant rather than a subject of the gag, I said to him that just because he had given me the card, that he shouldn't think that I'd kiss him later. We all laughed, and as I looked at Josh, I saw that he was finally smiling.
That's the kind of joke I would drop.
Well, I think that gift might be a winner, but you have a couple more to open.
My mom slid another present in front of me. I was still feeling tremors of suppressed chuckles in my abdomen as I tore the colorful paper away. When I saw the gift, I had no...
On streamboo.com, remove the space at Z93x5Q1.
I'm gonna delete this. I don't know how you delete this. How do you delete a message? I don't know how you delete a message in just chat. Oh well. I'm not going to worry about that. I hate bots.
No need to suppress the laughter anymore. My smile dropped as I looked at what I'd been given. It was a pair of walkie-talkies.
Well, go on. Show everyone.
I held them up, and everyone seemed to approve, but as I drew my attention to Josh, I could see that he had turned a sickly shade of white. We locked eyes for a moment, and then he turned and walked into the kitchen. As I watched him dial a number on the corded phone attached to the wall, my mom whispered in my ear that she knew that Josh didn't like to talk as much since one of the walkie-talkies had broken, so she thought I'd like it. I was filled with an intense appreciation for my mom's thoughtfulness, but the feeling
I'm still listening to
was easily overpowered by the emotions resurrected by the returning memories I'd tried so
again, I think a walkie-talkie is a bad idea. I feel like the mom knows and should know more information because of the way things go on. I think the mom should know that that's a bad idea.
hard to bury. When everyone was eating cake, I asked Josh who he had called. He told me he wasn't feeling well, so he called his dad to come get him. I understood that he wanted to leave, but I told him that I wished we could hang out more. I extended one of the walkie-talkies, but he put his hand out in refusal. Dejected, I said, "Well, thanks for coming, I guess. I hope I'll see you before my next birthday."
I'm sorry. I'll try to call you back more often. I really will.
He said. The conversation stopped.
I feel like before he dropped walkie-talkie at the time in that house, the guy was like, "Listen here, that's my bae. You don't walkie-talkie that kid. You don't call that kid. You don't hang out with that kid. That's mine. He's my property. I'm his pen pal, not you. What do you think you're doing with this child?" But I feel like it was more in a tone of Chris Hansen.
Stagnated as we waited by the door for his dad. I looked at his face. Josh seemed genuinely remorseful that he hadn't made more of an effort. His mood seemed suddenly bolstered by an idea that had struck him. He told me that he knew what he'd get me for my birthday. It would take a while, but he thought that I would really like it. I told him it wasn't a big deal, but he insisted. He seemed in better spirits and apologized for being such a drag at my party. He said that he was tired, that he hadn't been sleeping well. I asked him why that was as he opened the door, in response to his dad's honking in the driveway. He turned back toward me and waved goodbye as he answered my question.
I think I've been sleepwalking.
That was the last time I saw my friend, and a couple of months later, he was gone. Over the past several weeks, the relationship between my mother and I has grown increasingly strained due to my attempts to learn the details of my childhood. It's often the case that one cannot know the breaking point of a thing until that thing fractures. And after the last conversation with my mother, I imagine that we will spend the rest of our lives attempting to repair what had taken a lifetime to build. She had put so much energy into keeping me safe, both physically and psychologically, but I think the walls meant to insulate me from harm were also protecting her emotional stability. As the truth came pouring out the last time we spoke, I could hear a trembling in her voice that I think was a reverberation of the collapse of her world. I don't imagine my mother and I will talk much anymore, and while there are still some things I don't understand, I think I know enough to talk to replicate me for a person could do the last.
I think I've been sleepwalking.
That was the last time I saw my friend, and a couple of months later, he was gone. Over the past several weeks, the relationship between my mother and I has grown increasingly strained due to my attempts to learn the details of my childhood. It's often the case that one cannot know the breaking point of a thing until that thing fractures. And after the last conversation with my mother, I imagine that we will spend the rest of our lives attempting to repair what had taken a lifetime to build. She had put so much energy into keeping me safe, both physically and psychologically, but I think the walls meant to insulate me from harm were also protecting her emotional stability. As the truth came pouring out the last time we spoke, I could hear a trembling in her voice that I think was a reverberation of the collapse of her world. I don't imagine my mother and I will talk much anymore, and while there are still some things I don't understand, I think I know enough. After Josh disappeared, his parents had done all they could to try and find him. From the very first day, the police had suggested that they contact all of Josh's friends' parents to see if he was with them. They did this, of course, but no one had seen him or had any idea where he might be. The police had been unable to turn over any new information about Josh's whereabouts, despite the fact that they had received several anonymous phone calls from a woman urging them to compare this case with the stalking case that had been opened up 6 years before. If Josh's mother's grip on the world loosened when her son vanished, it broke when Vanessa died. She had seen many people die at the hospital, but there was no amount of desensitization that can fortify a person against a death of their child. She would visit Veronica twice a day, since she was recuperating at a different hospital, once before her shift and once after. On the day Veronica died, her mother was late leaving work, and by the time she arrived at her daughter's hospital, Veronica had already passed away. This was too much for her, and over the next couple of weeks she became increasingly more unstable. She would often wander outside, yelling for both Josh and Veronica to come home, and there were several times her husband found her wandering around my old neighborhood in the middle of the night, half-clothed and frantically searching for her son and daughter. Due to his wife's mental deterioration, Josh's dad could no longer travel for work and began taking construction jobs that were less well-paying, so he could be closer to home. When they finally began expanding my old neighborhood more, about 3 months after Veronica died, Josh's dad applied for every position and was hired. He was qualified to lead the building sites, but he took a job as a laborer, helping to build frames and clean up sites and whatever else was needed. He even took odd jobs that would occasionally come up, mowing lawns, repairing fences, anything to keep from traveling. They began clearing the woods in the area next to the tributary to transform the land into inhabitable property. Josh's dad was tasked with the responsibility of leveling the recently deforested lot, and his job guaranteed him at least several weeks of work. On the third day, he arrived at a spot he could not level. Each time he drived over, it would remain lower than the surrounding land. Frustrated, he got the machine to survey the area. He was tempted to simply pack more dirt into the depression, but he knew that would only be an aesthetic and a temporary solution. He had worked construction for years and knew that the root systems from large trees that had recently been cut down would often decompose, leaving weakness in the soil that would manifest as weakness in the foundation above. He weighed his options and elected to dig a little bit with a shovel in case the problem was shallow enough to fix without needing a machine that would have to be brought over from another site. As my mother described where this was, I knew I had been at that spot before the soil was broken and before it had been filled in. I felt a tightening in my chest. He dug a small hole about 3 feet down until his shovel collided with something hard. He smashed his shovel against it repeatedly in an attempt to gauge the thickness of the root and the density of the network, when suddenly his shovel plunged through the resistance. Confused, he dug the hole wider. About a half hour of excavating, he found himself standing on a brown blanket-covered box about 6 feet long and 4 feet wide. Our minds work to avoid dissonance. If we hold a belief strongly enough, our minds will forcefully reject conflicting evidence so that we can maintain the integrity of our understanding of the world. Up until the very moment, despite what all sense would have indicated, despite the fact that some small, suffocated part of him understood what was supporting his weight, this man believed, he knew, his son was alive. My mom received a call at 6 p.m. She knew who it was, but she couldn't understand what he was saying. But what she did comprehend made her leave immediately. When she arrived, she found Josh's dad sitting perfectly still with his back to the hole. He was holding the shovel so tightly it seemed it might snap, and he was staring straight ahead with eyes that looked as lifeless as a shark's. He wouldn't respond to any of her words and only reacted when she tried gently to take the shovel from him. He dragged his eyes slowly to hers and just said,
"I don't understand."
He repeated this as if he had forgotten all other words, and my mother could hear him still muttering as she walked past him to look into the hole. She told me she wished she had gouged her eyes out before she faced downward into that crater, and I told her that I knew what she was about to say, and that she need not continue, and it was expressing a look of such intense despair that it caused my stomach to turn. I realized that she had known of this for almost 10 years and was hoping that she'd never have to tell me. As a result, she never came up with the proper arrangement of words to describe what she saw. And as I sit here, I'm met with the same difficulty of articulation. Josh was dead. His face was sunken in and contorted in such a way that it was as if the misery and hopelessness of all the world had been transferred into it. The assaulting smell of decay rose from the crypt, and my mother had to close her eyes and mouth to keep from vomiting. His skin was cracked, almost crocodilian, and a stream of blood that had followed these lines had dried on his face after pooling and staining the wood around his head. His eyes lay half-lidded, facing straight up. She said by the look of him, he had not been long dead, and thus time had not brought the mercy of degradation to erase the pain and terror that was now etched into his face. She said it was as if he had fixed his gaze right on her, his open mouth offering an all-too-late plea for help. The rest of his body, however, wasn't visible. Someone else was covering it. He was large and lay face down on top of Josh, and as my mother's mind stretched itself to take in what her eyes were attempting to tell her, she became aware of the significance of the way in which he laid. He was holding Josh. Their legs lay frozen by death, but entangled like vines in some lush tropical forest. One arm rested under Josh's neck, only to wrap around his body so that they may lay closer still. As the sun passed through the trees, its light became reflected by something pinned to Josh's shirt. My mother stooped to one knee and raised the collar of her shirt over her nose so that she might block out the smell. When she saw what had caught the sun, her legs abandoned her, and she nearly fell into the tomb. It was a picture. It was a picture of me as a child. She staggered backwards, gasping and trembling and colliding with Josh's father, who still sat facing away from the hole. She understood why he had called her, but she could not bring herself to tell him what she had kept from everyone else for all these years. Josh's family never knew about the night I had woken up in the woods. She knew now that she should have told them, but to tell them now would help nothing. As she sat there, resting her back against Josh's dad, he spoke.
"I can't tell my wife. I can't tell her that our little boy..."
His speech staggered in fits as he pressed his wet face into his dirt-caked hands.
She couldn't bear it.
After a moment, he stood up, still shuddering and lumbering toward the grave. With a final sob, he stepped down into the coffin. Josh's dad was a big guy, but not as big as the man in the box. He grabbed the back of the man's collar and pulled hard. It was as if he intended to throw the man out of the grave in a singular motion, but the collar ripped and the body fell back down on top of his son.
You motherfucker!
He grabbed the man by the shoulders and heaved him back up until he was off of Josh and sat awkwardly upright against the wall of the grave. He looked at the man and staggered back a step.
Oh God. No. No, no. Please, God. Please, God, no!
In a struggling but powerful movement, he lifted and pushed the corpse completely off of the ground, and they both heard the sound of glass rolling against wood. It was a bottle. He handed it to my mother. It was ether.
Josh! My boy! My baby boy! Why is there so much blood? What did he do to you?
As my mother looked at the man, who now lay facing upward, she realized she was facing the person who had haunted our lives for over a decade. She had imagined him so many times, always evil and always terrifying, and the cries of Josh's father seemed to confirm her worst fears. But as she stared at his face, she thought that this didn't look like who she imagined. This was just a man. As she looked at his frozen expression, it actually looked serene. The corners of his lips were turned up slightly. She saw that he was smiling. Not the expected smile of a maniac from a film or horror story, not the smile of a demon or the smile of a fiend. This was a smile of contentment or satisfaction. It was a smile of bliss. It was a smile of love. As she looked down from his face, she saw a tremendous wound on his neck from where the skin had been ripped out. She was at first relieved when she realized that the blood had not been Josh's. Perhaps he had suffered less. But this comfort was short-lived as she realized just how wrong she was. She brought a hand up to her mouth and whispered, almost as if she was afraid to remind the world what had happened.
We were alive.
Josh must have bitten the man's neck in an attempt to get free, and although the man had died, Josh couldn't move him. I began crying when I thought of how long he must have laid there. She looked through the man's pockets for some kind of identification, but she only found a piece of paper. On it was a drawing of a man holding hands with a small boy, and next to the boy were initials. My initials. I'd like to think that she was remembering that part of the story inaccurately, but I'll never know for sure. As Josh's father carried his son out of the grave, my mom slid the piece of paper into her pocket. He kept muttering that his son's hair had been dyed. She saw that it had. It was now dark brown, and she noticed that he was dressed oddly. His clothes were all far too small. After Josh's dad delicately laid his boy on the soft dirt, he began gently pressing his hands against his son's pants to feel his pockets. He heard a crinkle. Carefully, he retrieved a folded piece of paper from Josh's pockets. He looked at it, but was vexed. Absently, he handed it to my mother, but she didn't recognize it either. I asked her what it was. She said it was a map, and I felt my heart shatter. He was finishing the map. That must have been his idea for my birthday present. I found myself strangely hoping that he hadn't been taken while expanding it, as if that would somehow matter now. She heard Josh's father grunt and looked to see him pushing the man's body back into the ground. As he walked back toward the machine that had found this spot for him, he put his hand on a canister of gasoline and paused with his back toward my mother.
You should go.
I'm so sorry.
It's not your fault. I did this.
Can't think like that. It was nothing.
He interjected flatly, almost with no emotion at all.
About a month ago, a guy approached me as I was cleaning up the site on the new development a block over. He asked me if I wanted to make some extra money, and because my wife's not working right now, I accepted. He told me that some kids had dug a bunch of holes on his property, and he offered me $100 to fill them in. He said that he wanted to take some pictures for the insurance company first, but if I came back after 5 p.m. the next day, that would be fine. I thought this guy was a sucker, since I knew clearing that lot was coming up, so someone would have had to do it anyway. But I needed the money, so I agreed. I didn't think he even had $100, but he put the bill in my hand, and I did the job the next day. I've been so exhausted that I didn't even think about it after it was done. I didn't think about it until today when I pulled that same guy off of my son.
He pointed to the grave, and his emotions started to push through as he broke into sobs.
He paid me $100 so that I would bury him with my boy!
It was as if saying it aloud forced him to accept what had happened, and he collapsed onto the ground in tears.
No.
My mother could think of nothing to say and stood there in silence
what?
for what felt like a lifetime. She finally asked what to do about Josh.
His final resting place won't be here with this monster.
As she looked back when she reached her car, she could see black smoke billowing and diffusing against the amber sky, and she hoped against all hope that Josh's parents would be okay. I left my mom's house without saying much else. I told her that I loved her and that I would talk to her soon, but I don't know what soon means for us. I got into my car and left. I understood now why the events of my childhood had stopped years ago. As an adult, I saw connections that were lost as a child who tends to see the world in snapshots rather than a sequence. I thought about Josh. I loved him then, and I love him even still. I miss him more now that I know I'll never see him again, and I find myself wishing that I had hugged him the last time I saw him. I thought about Josh's parents, how much they had lost and how quickly that loss had come. They don't know about my connection to any of this, but I can never look them in the eyes now. I thought about Veronica. I had only really come to know her later in my life, but for those brief few weeks, I think that I really loved her. I think about my mother. She had tried so hard to protect me and was stronger than I would ever be. I tried not to think about the man and what he had done with Josh for more than 2 years. Mostly, I just thought about Josh. Sometimes I wish that he never sat across from me that day in kindergarten, that I'd never known what it was like to have a real friend. Sometimes I like to dream that he's in a better place, but that's only a dream. And I know that. The world is a cruel place, made crueler still by man. There would be no justice for my friend, no final confrontation, no vengeance. It had been over almost a decade for everyone but me now. I miss you, Josh. I'm sorry you chose me, but I'll always cherish the memories of you. We were explorers. We were adventurers. We were friends.
For my thoughts segment of this. That's not the ending I expected.
The Undertaker said.
That's not the ending I expected. But it's also so much more than what I expected. This story is what I believe what Dread would be described as.
The Undertaker asks, understand now?
I still have questions, but I'm sure it's intentionally made that way, and it's written so well, and it takes so many turns, and it's something that you could actually see happening in the real world, and I think that's where because people stalk children all the time, and they get kidnapped, or worse things could happen too, and it just, I feel like this story is more real than any other creepypasta story that has been told, because all the shit that has occurred for these two people, for the families, the two families, and it is something that's all plausible.
The Undertaker said the clothing he was wearing was the old clothes of MC.
Yeah. he was dressing him like him. He was making, in a sense, a version he could have. This is, I think, the reason
The
why.
Undertaker said 2 years. What was he doing to Josh during the 2 years?
That's what I'm thinking. And it's gonna be a little bit vulgar, and I think YouTube might flag the video if I say this, but I I think definitely rape is an option, and torture. It's I think the reason why this story has affected people who react this, and it makes you feel so much that it is something again that it could be plausible, it could possibly happen, because all these actions and all these things are non-supernatural, unless there is supernatural things to it, but you could be being stalked as we speak, and you would never know, especially with technology now. People can get into like your face cams. People can get into.
The Undertaker said, I do not think it was like that.
Do you not? You don't think? I mean, I think it might have been because of the "I love you," and consistently, "I will see you again." It's a possibility that it could happen, and it is like, I think it's more possible than we think that it could be happen, because it's love.
The Undertaker said it feels more like an obsession with the MC.
It feels, yeah, but also like his obsession turns into desire, desire turns into lust, and lust turns into wrongful doings. There is a path. Like, there's a lot of things that could happen, and a lot of things that probably are left up to people to
The
to figure
Undertaker
it out.
said, I think he was having Josh play as MC for 2 whole years.
I think that too, but again, I think it is very much with the way things happened, it is a very realistic sign of desire, obsession, and I think because of the jealousy that was shown, that it like a lot of things could happen. I like, first things that come through my head is, replacement ideology, um sexual assault, abuse, torture, um bliss. Like, I can see like bliss, not in a good way, in a self-fulfilling way, to make you feel like you've achieved, or that you have the thing you want, and you'll do anything at
The
cost.
Undertaker said during Footsteps, he never did anything to MC. I think he wanted to create this makeshift world where he was like a father figure to MC. Kofi Streambot said visit Vex Live 3's Kofi page at.
I mean, but he was also like, I think the obsession grew. Like, if screens didn't happen, I would think that it was a father figure, but there are certain things that are sprinkled through, especially maps and screens, and especially boxes, that I think it is very much a relationship driven thing. It could be a father figure, but also like, there are cases that there's a Netflix documentary, I forget what it's called, but there's also a few cases that it turns into something else that makes it a whole other case, and I think, like, especially with how this went down, it is there's so many questions, there's so many possibilities, and all of them make sense with characteristics that follow people like this. And again, what made me
The
feel
Undertaker said it all started with the ballon landing in the forest and him finding it. And just was like, this boy made this for me.
yeah, so it's like, it's simple actions, and I think, like, what I was feeling near the end of this, like halfway through this, is like, there are cases of stuff like this happening. Not as like, I mean, maybe serious as this, but the fact that it is so real and that some cases turn into what I think it is, and what other cases happen, it is. I think the story will stay with me because of how realistic it is, and how like how things like this does happen in the world. Like that's why we have Amber Alerts and stuff like that. It's I think this is why a lot of people are so affected by it, because there's a few things that naturally, as human beings, that affect our
The Undertaker
mental
said this is the best part.
stability is children. Children is what every human being, and it's been proven by psychiatrists and stuff like that, that we hold children's lives so much more than we hold adults' lives. And a fact that a simple obsession.
The Undertaker said France was better than boxers.
Yeah. I think I like boxes a little bit more part of the beginning bit, but the ending in Friends is a lot better. It's like I could pick and choose. Like I feel like they're pretty tied for me. But like yeah, it's the fact that like some people do go through it, and it takes one potentially nice deed. I with quotations, I would quotation, but I'm sitting on my hands right now. Um, that turns an act of kindness to obsession, desire, and honestly, bad things. You see that with abuse between partners in relationships. You see that abuse between friends. You see that abuse in almost every category over what nice deed. It is very, very twisted. And
Major Marta said, "What the fuck did I walk in on?"
I just finished PENPAL, and it is the most morbid and disturbing thing, and it's also so realistic, that I've ever had the experience of listening to. And
The Undertaker said this is the best creepypasta.
it sucks. Like, the best way to explain how I feel is I feel like shit. I've not had a story do this to me. I've had stories that made me feel so good about myself and put a pep in my step, but this like
Major Marta said all past two is creepy.
this like near the end, I was feeling myself tear up. I even pulled these out of the box that I have. I can't formulate sentences. This is part of me wishes I never got to listen to this, because as someone who has gone to school/college for writing and directing and world building and theory and video game engineering, it's I want to break it down, which me breaking it down in my head, like as a formulating words, is
The
really.
Undertaker asks, has any other creepypasta story ever been such a roller coaster?
Not all, like, no. And the thing is, it's like it really isn't a roller coaster. It's worse. It's so much worse. And I I I want to say I enjoyed it, but I also feel like I didn't enjoy it, not in like a negative sense, but like as a fact that people do go through stuff like this. People really do go through shit like this. This is just the extreme. This is showing human nature at its finest, in a sense.
The Undertaker said from fear to depression.
Yeah. Like creepypastas, when you watch them or you listen to them, it's to be scared.
The Undertaker said such a powerful story.
This isn't scare. This is dread. Like I don't feel depressed. I feel dread. And like I know that I did say I'm going to formulate a breakdown of this eventually, but like a part of me doesn't want to. I don't want to think about the story. I really don't want to think about this story. But I'm going to. I'm going to because like the creative side of me and the learner in me is wanting to understand a bit more, break it down, and I might read the book to get some extra details. So I might have to delay that breakdown a bit because
The Undertaker said that is why I love it. This story does not rely on shock value. It leaves you feeling complicated.
And it's I also now don't want to listen to his other story. I've been enjoying the story so much that I purchased the audiobook. And what I've seen in comments and before I got it is people say it leaves you feeling similar. And it is pretty. It is. I'm gonna listen to my thoughts. That was a weird ad. Why does it do that?
Alright, so this video's finally up. I'm excited to see what you all think. This is one I've been working on for a while, as some of you know, and it's one a lot of you have requested that I do for a long time now. With this one, I wrote a bunch of new songs for it. I do plan to upload them on my music channel. And with my thoughts on this one, this is definitely one of the best stories I've read. You know, I think a lot of you will agree that it's a really good story. This isn't the one that is posted on Amazon that I think has one additional chapter that's not in this narration. I did this one because when I originally spoke to the author to get permission for this a few years ago, I only got permission to do the one on Reddit, not the official book. So if you do want to see that with the additional chapter, I will link to the book on Amazon. But there's just so much that happens in this story, and it all seems to flow very well with everything else. There wasn't really anything that I thought of and I was like, well, that wasn't really explained. I guess the only thing I can think of was the pool float, and I'm curious if any of you may have some thoughts or opinions as to what that was or why that was included. But other than that, I think the story was pretty solid. I think one of the creepiest parts for me was when they went to look for boxes and they were under the house and you started hearing the footsteps. That part was really fun to do the sound design for because I got to do a lot of stuff with the spatial audio, with the panning to left and right and stuff. This story did a really good job of wrapping everything up for the most part. It gives you enough details to where you can draw the conclusion and you can be pretty confident in what you think happened. For me, I think that obviously there was this stalker character that was after the main character.
But it doesn't. Like, and that is the intent after like looking at the other book. If you go to the author's official page for his books and stuff, he says his stories are left to make you think more on these stories, to maybe potentially draw to a darker result. Like I over the last few days, I've been doing a lot of digging into this author because I think this author's fucking fantastic. He knows how to write a story, he knows how to captivate an audience, and he knows how to draw emotion from its consumer. And I will also, like, the reader to this, phenomenal. I would not want to listen to this from anybody else because he had captivated, he had embodied the perfection of this story, and he was able to convey the proper emotions it needed.
The Undertaker said the scariest thing is always something that you can come up with your mind.
And I think that's why the author says that in his notes, because it is we humans create the scariest things. Just look at creepypastas, the things we can invent, horror movies. It's just nuts.
Character. Maybe at some point he realized he wouldn't be able to get the main character, or he just saw an opportunity with Josh, so he ended up taking him instead when he went to complete the map. And I think that also shows with how he seemed to have dyed his hair. And I think he was having him wear the clothes that he had taken from his old house that he got from those boxes.
Well, that stuff is
The story overall is pretty creepy and has a lot of somber elements, and the ending is just depressing. It's like depressing and scary. But at one point, I thought what was going to happen was that it was going to turn out to maybe be the main character's dad, who wanted to see him again, but was also maybe insane, since the character's dad hadn't been mentioned at all in the story. But I guess it didn't really seem to turn out that way, because otherwise the mom would have recognized him, obviously, at the end when they...
But the mom said the information she knew she could not share. And that's why
Major Marta said the scariest things in life are spiders and werewolves.
No, I'm not afraid of either. If I saw a werewolf, I'd be like, scratch me, bite me, turn me. Get rid of my asthma. Get rid of my issues. But the mom said she could not share information she knew, and she didn't want to share stuff with the main character. And so I think drawing to, as the reader to the story, I think drawing to exclude that idea is not correct. I don't think it's correct myself, but it is highly plausible. I don't know. I've actually, like, after hearing the ending of the story, I really
The Undertaker said werewolves are just fairies of the night.
Yeah. Like, after hearing the story, I do feel like I need to, like, hop in Discord with a friend and chat, because it does, and I think it was worse to experience this story, especially with shit I've dealt with in my life, that unfortunately I should share more often with not just my therapist. It really makes you think. It really, like, it really, yeah.
They open the coffin. I'm sure there'll be other things I think about after I'm done with this, but I guess right now that's all I can really think about with my thoughts on it. If I do think of anything else, I'll be sure to leave a comment about it.
I really do wish
Major Marta said scaredy cat fairies are no, stay away from.
I really wish I didn't listen to this story. Like, I enjoyed it, but I really wish I didn't listen to this. And it's not saying it's like a bad story. I think it's so good that it really, really, like, yeah. I don't know. I really wish I would have just saved this for the end of the stream. I really like this. I really, 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 really like this. I don't think I could suggest this to somebody. I mean, it's a really good story. It's perfect. I do feel like any, like, actual person who cares about plot and story and how we feel they should listen to it. But, like,
The Undertaker said that is why I sent you the animated wholesome movie.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'm gonna need that. Like, I feel like I need to go on my balcony and smoke a joint. I feel like I need to go, like, maybe visit a friend or something. Like, I like, Adam is someone, Major Matt is someone I know in real life, and, like, I'm gonna tell you, Adam, like, I really do feel very affected by this story. It is very tough to
Major
listen
Marta
to.
said if you think this story is scary and deep, you should try reading Green Eggs and Ham.
I don't
the
think this.
Undertaker said I said that the ending would leave you as a different person.
I don't think this story is scary. I think it's just so dreadful. Like, yeah. I'm actually trying so hard not to tear up over this, because it really was a very, very affecting story, and it is like hard.
The Undertaker said, but I hope you understand why I sent you this story.
Yes, I think, like, I'm happy that you sent it to me, because as someone with, like, the schooling that I've been to and how I analyze things, I do really appreciate art like this, and it's so good. And I think after a few days, I will...
Major Marta said there is a quiet freedom in forgiveness sparkles emoji, a sacred release that untethers the soul of emoji. We are all becoming, shedding old selves, leaf fluttering in wind emoji, learning in silence, stumbling toward light sun with face emoji.
Thank you, Adam.
Letting go is not
I needed
forgetting,
that.
but choosing grace over bitterness, love over pride, red heart emoji.
That's an
The
insight.
heart softens not in weakness, but in wisdom herb emoji. As
That's-
seasons change, so do we fallen leaf emoji. And in that divine unfolding, we find peace, not in holding on, but in the holy act of letting go crescent moon emoji.
So that's an inside joke from a Discord that I'm in, and it was so off topic in the chick chat. It was like very unserious topic, and someone said that, and it was just so
The
weird.
Undertaker said boofer.
It was just a weird thing that someone said. It was out of nowhere. Thank you, Adam. I needed that. Like I generally like. I feel like
The Undertaker said I second the backhand index pointing up emoji.
I really do feel like because I have an opportunity in 2 years that has been given to me to go to get my t-shirts for writing and theory and video game engineering and world building, that if I do follow through with that and become a teacher, I think if I do writing classes or writing theory, I think this will be the story that I would like to share, and I would definitely have to like make a please sign this thing if you understand what you're getting into, because I don't know, it's really killed my mood right now. And I have some games I need to play because I was provided a code to this. I have to play through this. It is hard. It is a very hard story. Like,
The Undertaker said if this story helps inspire you in your writing, then that is awesome.
I think it might, but I also like. Yeah. I need to update my drivers. This is a game that's coming out. It's called Wildgate. It's a Sea of Thieves in space, essentially.
The Undertaker said I made a joke about you playing a shooter game with 1,000-yard stand, and I said nah, I get really into games.
And I made a chick sing.
The Undertaker must still think that way.
Man, I do really get into my games, and I think games is a different getting into it. I think it's more of a joyful into, and that's why I try to do a lot of reaction stuff, because stories like that really do fuel creativity. My hands are shaking. The game audio is all loud. It needs to be a little bit brighter. Motion blur off. In a distant corner of the galaxy lies the Typhon Reach, a cosmic vortex filled with the lost artifacts of the ancient civilizations. While I was trying to read, looks like it's a little laggy. Or maybe that's just how the breathing works with that robot. Adventure, hope, danger, holy, knowledge, chapter 2. So there's some cool cosmetics, it looks like. This looks cool too. Not something I would get, but loadout, so I can change. What the hell is this thing? That's an axolotl in there. I guess, and this is for the furries. This is definitely for the furries. Does not require oxygen, regenerates health faster outside of the ship. We'll try playing this guy, I guess. A long range. 2-round burst. We'll go with what it has automatically equipped me with, I guess. Preferred ship. This ship looks cool. Customize. That's a cool outfit.
We are live.
There.
Hello, viewers.
Did he just greet my... God. We're gonna... I'm just gonna hop into it. I don't need to learn how to play. I am with 3 furries. It's lagging a bit, it looks like. I think it's because it's compiling shaders. I don't know how you could listen to that story more than once.
Leaving the artifact alive.
I don't know how you could.
Against regulation.
I don't know how you could listen to that story more than once. I mean, it might be better because... So I have a teleport. Alright, that's just fun. I have a repair device. We have oxygen ammo.
The fog interferes with navigational systems and communication signals. So be prepared for a temporary disruption in travel routes. Keep to the designated path and avoid remote areas where visibility is near 0.
Ooh, a ship turret? For this game, you can like customize your ship and stuff. It's pretty cool. I have notes I was supposed to bring up, but I haven't. Damn. I wouldn't be able to do that. My DPI needs to be higher in this game.
Reactor output not. Shield emitters active.
So there's 1, 2, there's looks like 6 ships. It looks like 6 other enemies. 4, 8, 12, 24. Uncle Bob. Oh, there's only 5 ships. Okay. 4, 8, 12. There's about like 20, 5, 10, 15, 20, yeah, 20.
I should use a probe to gather information.
Adventure begins. The probe find. Check it out. That's definitely where my next adventure is.
This could be some good B-roll.
How do I exit the proceed? Okay, I guess we're exiting the ship. I don't need oxygen, so I'm fine.
Taking a turbine.
So this is lasers. I'm gonna go upstairs. Ooh. Lasers everywhere. I don't know what's like that thing that I can grab. What is okay? Oh, reactor. What am I supposed to do? I need to repair this.
Objective done.
Oxygen's here.
Boss. Oh, thank you, boss.
Oh, 3 maybe?
Response after finishing it was, I think that guy might have been promo with a serious expression.
After finishing that, I think that guy might be. Hey, could have.
Scatter cannon installed on the front.
You could be like the next Dahmer.
Evan here. For those that need it.
Oh, I want this. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with all this stuff. I should have played the tutorial. Where's the entrance? Where's the door? Where did I come from? Where does this go?
The Undertaker said they were fully serious.
Nothing
They
left
were
in here.
Serious. Oh.
A master pilot's flying.
I am on a
probe. Oxygen's here.
Damn. I'm confused. What am I supposed to be doing? I don't know. Loot 0. Okay, there's no more loot. We're gonna recharge all the shit. I'm not sure what I'm meant to do. Hey! What? Leave me!
I'm gonna go probe.
This place up close.
I don't know what this does. What is this? Omni jet attaches to the ship. Hey, push. How do I attach this to the ship?
Cameron,
I guess
zoom in
by
on this.
extracting
The
the-
Undertaker said I think the guy was experiencing a completely different story.
Yeah. Clearly he was.
I can just drop this anywhere.
Clearly he was I feel like the man thought he was
I should
watching
man a probe and
Heartstopper
look
or
around.
something. Can I attach this to him?
On helm.
I don't know what that does.
Vault opened.
Hot asteroids. Master pilot's flying.
Kofi Streambot
Target
said visit
down.
Live 3's Kofi page
As a
The
once
Undertaker said as a once
wise
wise user said, boom up.
Yeah. Raccoon really came in here with insults. I'm like, I even gave him an opportunity to actually come up with a good insult. He didn't come up with any good insult.
I detect alien life forms.
Hey, killed that thing.
That was easy. One more for me. Mops.
Okay. You got other stuff. Oh, yeah, there's something in here. Okay, good. Does this door open? No, it does not open. The fuck did we get to where we need to be? Wobbugs. Oh, down here maybe. Down here. Hello.
Evan here. For those that need it. Another one down.
That story is, it was a really good story. It was a really good story. the fuck? How the fuck did that happen? I didn't even see the laser.
Nice try.
I don't like how the game feels, if that makes any sense. I'm having issues with the way this game feels. Like, I like the guns, they look pretty cool, and they shoot, like, the shoot styles are pretty cool. Where am I going? Where am I meant to be going?
Ooh, that seems interesting. On my mark.
Clearly it says we have to go this way, but I don't see any way to engage with that way, so I have to go this way.
Oxygen's here.
So you all told me that my insulting. They're life changing. They're life changing.
Down. One more for mops.
Loot room's open.
It says there's an entrance that way. I don't know what I'm meant to be doing here.
Check this out.
Undertaker said it might be because your mind is still coping.
Nah,
Quad cannon installed
I
on
really
the front.
feel like this game is
Thermic
not
cannon
that.
installed on the front.
Whee! I just don't. I don't think this game concept works like this. I mean, it
Cameron? Yeah, can we have a lighting check?
Fire barrier activated on the rear.
How the hell do you attach it? I don't know, I just really don't like the way this game feels by the hand. Yeah, there's a thing here. F to install. Okay, install that? Okay.
On helm. Like old times.
How do I install this? Oh, I can install here.
Storm barrier activated on the rear.
The Undertaker asks, did you not say this game is sponsoring you?
No, they just sent out a code.
This thing just gets dropped on the floor.
I wanted it in PENPAL. They just sent out a code. I get a lot of.
The Undertaker said
What
that you
can
were
the
given
probe
an early
find?
I was just given early access to it. I just don't really like
Ooh, that seems interesting.
Students, we need fuel.
I think what it is that the loot
Want
is
me
all
to check out
ship
that ship?
upgrade based. And I think with an extraction shooter that you need to have good actual gun loot. And
We could chase down
I would have
that
to
ship.
see if there's gun loot and stuff. Because what makes a good
The Undertaker said, I guess you were not the
Watch
only
out.
one.
Something's here. Danger.
No, it's a few
Check this
people
out.
who have
On my
already
mark.
been in with this stuff and other things too.
On my mark. There. Ooh, that seems interesting. On my mark. Got some friends
Oh my
in the
god!
distance. Enemies close by. We could chase down that ship. Something's there.
We could go chase down the ship.
Something's
The
here.
Undertaker
Look
said more
out.
people also got early game keys.
Yeah. I think it was over like. I think it was like 100,000 keys were given out.
I'll use the probe. Don't mind if I do.
I also played one of their other games early. That came out on Switch.
I love flying this thing.
Enemy ship detected. Bomb detected. hit. Oxygen destabilized. Critical hit. Bomb detected. Critical hit. Critical. Reactor cooling.
Can I open this door?
Critical hit. Damage. Engine compromised.
Can't engage the door.
Bomb detected.
I'm fixing it. Attention, you have up to capture. Missile update. Enemy deactivated.
Will that explode the ship?
I spy an enemy. Reactor overloaded.
Thanks for watching.
Oh, that's why. I was like, why can't I move? And I'm hitting the side of my, keyboard. I like the ship, hopping onto another ship and fighting it. Oh no, I'll try one more game. I like the, boarding the ship, shooting the people. I just don't think, the loot in this game is, in a sense, worth it, in my opinion. Why did I say I was gonna get that much, but then it went down here? Oh well. But it does really feel like the loot is not worth going for if it's just ship upgrades. The whole point of a looter shooter and why Tarkov, Delta Force, and Arena Arena Breakpoint do so good is the loot. It's the guns you can find, it's the cosmetics, it's the loot. And I think for this being just ship-based loot, it makes it feel a little bit less exciting. It's not like, oh, sweet, I got this sick-ass gun. And I think that's what's going to hold the game back for me. I think that's what the game's going to hold back, because it doesn't give me the same rush as, Tarkov and Delta Force gave me. And can I switch the controller? Options. Controller. It says it's controller settings.
Visibility may be limited due to the cloud cover. Crews can expect intermittent lightning strikes from gas clouds developing around the loaded up.
It's a little bit laggier controller, it feels like. It feels like there's a lagging happen. But yeah, I think that's what's gonna hold me back from this game, is the fact that the gun loot and stuff like that it doesn't feel very it doesn't feel very good. I've not seen a single gun yet, and we played 2 places, and one was a vault. And vaults are supposed to be the higher. Yeah, I do want to watch Come and See still. Well, right? Is Come and See the movie, the war movie, or is that another pasta? I feel like it's the war movie. Yeah, but I think what's gonna lack this game is the fact that it doesn't have gun loot from what I can see. It doesn't have those I'm still sure. I think I'm pretty much
The Undertaker said it is the war
Yeah, I pretty much feel
I'll steer the vessel.
recovered in a sense.
Might try this solo. For the fun of it.
I'm not flying the ship. The ship controls are tank controls, and I hate tank controls.
This could be some good B-roll.
The Undertaker said, I think PENPAL is less soul-crushing as Come and See.
Damn.
Collision alert.
Being back in the war.
Damn. I might. Damn. Yeah, I feel like I'm still like, almost like in my sense mentally recovered. I think later I'm gonna be a little bit more fucking now that I'm like thinking about it later. How can I get through this? Like, I played Jump Ship a month ago, which is a game made by Microsoft. It's a similar game, but it's more gun loot focused. You also have your ship upgrades, but having the gun loot and like finding cosmetics to me is a little bit more.
Scratch one. Weapons ready. Weapon ready.
Yeah, that's the one thing that's worrying about me right now. Like, I had issues with with PENPAL. I think I'm gonna have bigger issues with it, but I still want to watch it. I still like. I want to thoroughly enjoy it. So we have what the ship ammo. I'm gonna. Can I take this too?
Shield device installed on the rear. Scatter cannon installed on the
Taking
front.
a turbine.
So this lets you fly in space quite nicely. Okay. Quite nicely.
Ah, probe duty. You kidding me? Venture on hell.
That's not a gun.
I can see a scuffle or two happening here.
Left the shell of a person after that film. Don't blame me.
I won't blame you. I won't blame you. I won't.
Probe's going out.
We got everything. Working the probe station.
What is this?
Don't see something like this every day.
Plow ships, devices, and artifacts. Range response.
I can just drop this anywhere. I should use a probe to gather information. Cameron, zoom in on this.
So there's not weapons, there's utilities. I think I'm not going to enjoy this game as much as I think I would. Because the reason why I wanted to play this game is like I loved Jump Ship. I wish I would have been able to stream Jump Ship, but that we weren't allowed to. I recorded a few clips and stuff, so what it like I can, I will.
Wow, the readings here are off the charts.
But because you can't, I think that's gonna make it. Oh, this is a little dark space. Entrance.
Exploration waits for no man. Or bolt.
Huh. Not sure what it is, but I got a surprisingly good feeling about this place.
I got a surprisingly good feeling about this place. Also, like, combat does feel a bit airy in my opinion. I mean, I get it's space, but like, I feel like my guns don't have much. I hate that I break games like down like this times, but
Vault opened.
Keep the camera tight. Try not to look away.
Ooh, where? And it locks on when you start shooting. I feel like it takes away from skill and talent. feel like that's what I'm feeling. Oh my god, can I go down here? Can I go down here? Thank you. O2 drained. Uh-oh. I don't need oxygen, do I? It says I don't need oxygen.
Oxygen's here. Right? What's next?
No crouching and stuff too. It's weird. You mean I can't slide around like I can in other games? Nothing over here that I can interact with. Oh, this is the core of the place.
Nice try. Got them. Let's defend this position.
Way too dangerous out here.
So that's what that does. I have a grapple, which is nice.
Something interesting here. Have it here for those that need it.
There's a bullet here. That led shot up here. So this leads back to here, so I didn't go that way.
Scratch one.
Where's capturing? This one takes a lot more to capture, it looks like. I don't like the time phasing to like have enemies. I feel like it does take a little bit away from like the combat. Like you're sitting there, you already know they're spawned there, you're waiting. I don't think this game is for me. I think the art style and stuff is nice. I think gunplay needs a little work, but I think in general, like...
Sensing. Artifact signature detected.
Someone's got eyes on the artifact. Oxygen's here.
Artifact en route to Wildgate.
A valuable discovery has been taken.
Oh yeah, I don't feel like this game is for me. I think if I'm gonna play a game like this, I'm just gonna play Jump Ship or Sea of Thieves.
Quite the upgrade.
Laser ram installed on the front.
Have it here for those that need it.
Sweet, we have that, which will detect enemies for us. Sweet, 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 sweet. Jet attachment allows you to shoot and fire.
Storm barrier activated on the
Storm
left.
barrier activated.
Booster
on the
installed
left.
on the rear. Fire barrier activated on the rear.
Fuck you too, bad.
This thing just gets dropped on the floor.
Plant target.
Shock field installed on the
I
front.
don't know what that does. Loot -1. I think we're good to go.
Reactor cooling.
I think we're ready to
Enemy
go.
ship detected.
I'm engaged with the ship. I'm engaging, I don't care. I need to get my gear replenished. Where was that recharge station? Down here, right here.
Enemy ship
I think I'm going to be
detected.
more excited for
Security
the next
device
game we're gonna be
installed
playing.
on the right. Multiple hostile ships in range.
There's another one over there. Checkmate. Goose. Sloop.
This thing looks ready to fire.
Uncontrolled acceleration detected.
Uncontrolled acceleration. Oh my god, can these people stop shaking the shit so much? Or do they, or just like have that much yeah, make sure to break the little shield. He got blasted. He got hands blasted. Damn. How much damage? It did like last time. Did it? I don't see a deal, but
Hostile ship in range.
I think we should get out of here. I don't think we should be fighting them, but as long as we're engaging,
Warning. Oxygen destabilized. Intruder alert. Intruder alert.
Another problem?
Where's this intruder?
Oxygen leak picture. Help! Enemy on the
Intruder
ship.
alert.
Taking a probe out. Let's take care of
Intruder alert.
Go get him.
Hardpoint stolen.
Add a turret.
Where is he? He took our hard point, so that means he needs to exit our ship.
This thing looks ready to fire. Want me to shoot this thing?
Multiple hostile ships in range.
Can I not repair the glass?
Hostiles on board.
This thing looks ready to fire.
Oh, the glass was repaired. That's on the outside of the
Oxygen destabilized. Oxygen destabilized.
I know I had a good chance.
Oh, I died to fire damage. It doesn't alert me about fire damage. It should show you a little thing.
I'm under its turret and under many dangers of the region. That was unsettling.
Intruder alert. Danger.
Let's take care of it.
Reactor overload.
Reactor's over here.
Damage.
Whoa, what the fuck was that? Was that?
Intruder alert.
Never
Critical hit. Coolant ready.
Yeah, it's not a game for me in my opinion. I don't think it's a good game. I really don't like how like the game like it just doesn't feel like the pace and it doesn't feel like you're rewarded enough for things. And yes, you're getting cosmetics, but look at the cosmetics that I looked at for getting the Stargates or whatever, Star Cores or whatever they're called. It doesn't seem very much worth it. Oh yeah, I'm not a fan of this game. I'm not a fan. Jump Ship is just significantly better. I think if I would have played this first over Jump Ship, I think I would have had it higher favor. But I'm not a big fan. This game, though, is one that I've been waiting for. I requested on Steam. There's a request access. If you have Steam, I suggest looking into this. This game looked really, really cool. Like they announced it like a few months ago. Stream will die in a second here. It's gonna very much want to crash and burn for a bit. Because it's compiling shaders, and shaders, for some reason, is hard. Never had issue with it when I was using a AMD graphics card, but as soon as I fucking switched to, like, NVIDIA, doing shaders hurts the stream impact so much. Oh. This game looks really cool. If you like roguelikes and you like shooters, this game looks really, really cool. I generally was not impressed with the last game. Not impressed at all. Thank you for activating code marathon. Verify your email. Code. Ooh. Oh, I dropped that. I got a marathon code. No, I can't play marathon until the 23rd, I believe it is. But I got a marathon code. Ow. I just have a hangnail that I've been trying to bite off. Game, did you just not work? Did you die? Oh, wait a second. Go Mojo. The new the Mojo sauce. What the fuck is the Mojo sauce? Let me see if it's running on Steam. Playtest. Boom. Play. I'm also gonna uninstall this. I don't like this. I don't like this game. Uninstall. I know I've only played 30-something minutes of it, but I really don't like it. I really do not like it. It's compiling more shaders. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. My system requirements are a lot higher than what you have. Havoc! Okay, let's see if there's controller support. New game. New game. The game is developed by a single developer with dedication and passion, I hope. But it just listed 4 development teams. So no control. I think this is not controller supported. I wonder if I can sit down. Ooh. Hours remaining. 999999999. Jump, crouch, sprint, alt. Let's see.
Kofi Streambot said visit X53's Kofi page at.
Wait. Oh! I died already. It moves so fast. Holy shit. I like the way the game looks. This feels nice. That one feels nice. That feels really good. Distraction, damage, staggers, okay. Oh, so you can interact with the environment. That's cool. Nice. That looks like a marathon of it. Oh. I did not realize gravity tether. V to pick up an object, okay. I can select one or the other, so. Modification chest. Modification chest. Wall ricochet. Okay, what's this one? Don't act surprised. New modifier. Go here. I, and then you can interact with it. I don't know, installing. So this is how gun works. Handling 99999. So this is kind of cool, the UI. Okay. So that those are the
Your compliance is appreciated. 147 mandatory. Listen with close attention. I am the program's compliance broadcast manager. You shall follow directives with strict instruction. Opening tutorial system. Destruction will lead to advantageous combat benefits. If to avoid failure, you must utilize this data. Example 01. To stagger entity, locate possible destructible structures. Utilize grenade, debris, or stagger entities. Staggered entities are weaker and expel health and ammo upon destination. Example 02. Scan the environmental combustion objects. Utilize gravity tether to pick up combustion objects. Next, utilize gravity tether to launch objects towards standalone entities. Example 03. When overwhelmed with entity presence, utilize combustion objects to decimate large structures, producing large amounts of debris. This will stagger multiple entities at once. The program's ensued for listening to this informational message.
Okay. Right? Cool, I can grab that. Huh?
Don't worry, he didn't detect me. It was fun. Keep playing ball and get to the end.
I like the way combat feels in this game. Holy hell.
Subject 1473 showing high algorithmic yield and ready for contract initiation. Surveillance protocol initiated. Observation will persist indefinitely. Good work.
I mean, at least the house is nice. Damn, look at that. Need a hold?
I've still got some explaining to do. Come find me first.
Can't break that, okay. Oh, there's a hatch.
Welcome to my humble abode. I consider simulation an exploit in the program. That's me, or what's left of me. Drop the chip. It'll explain everything.
Damn. Are the pyramids anything significant that are underneath you?
Well done for making it this far, but you've only just begun. I've been here far, far longer. This wretched place will never let you go. An infinite, perpetual testing algorithm, refining itself at our expense. That's all it wants. To learn, to train, We're the rats in his cage. I'll do anything to get my freedom and my life back. Wasn't too long ago I found this place, hidden away. It's different. A flaw in the system. Backdoor access that he doesn't know about. A way out is here. I can feel it. I ran out of time. But you still can. You're gonna get us out of here. You might be my last chance. Last chance for all of us. We better get to work.
Nice story build.
Use this place to your strength. Idris doesn't know we're here. That gate requires a malware key. We have a small window to obtain them between zones. And through there lies a possible escape. I know it. Good luck on your first run. I'd like to say it gets easier, but it doesn't.
Is there a key card somewhere? I guess I'll take this. Oh, I don't have that. I feel like I have one. Oh, my upgrades. Let's see. Extended there's stim upgrades. As an additional module slot. Start weapon increases max health. Provides a creating optics. Oh, I have 0. It doesn't make that obvious. It doesn't make that obvious, but okay. I have to return to the containment zone. Where's the panel lock going? I think it's pretty obvious that that's missing. Locked. Okay, unavailable. So it's a very short demo. Short. That's what it is. You had to request access. Request access. Let's see. I have to look for loot. The boss. This is like the run map. Okay. There's a shop here. At the end, there's a boss. So I think this is a game about finding secrets and shit too, so. Because it said look around and shit, so I think it's a very secret-based game. Which will be easy for me, I guess. Because I'm used to solving Easter eggs and raids.
Welcome to Zone 1. A twisted, corrupted forest that'll sink its teeth into you and never let you go. You better get used to the sight of it. As you'll be stuck here for a long time. And I know I was.
So there's a hole in the world right there. You can't break that. I know how to use my gravity and my tether. These hurt a lot. Do I have any tethers I can use? No. They're multiplying. I were to do anything, I would if I were to change something, it would honestly be the auto key placements. We're just gonna go through a run. Mods. Okay, you press B during attachments. I have this. We'll try the digi shot out. No. Yes, I know the path. I looked at the map. This seems like a better way to go. So there's a high value there. So I interacted with it, no pain. So we're ready this way. Okay, there's a thing up there, there's a thing up here. What is this? Take your shots. I need regular shots. I don't know what the shots do. Are you gonna explode? No, you just despawned. Okay. So you get a bit of time in each zone. First fire. Search. Destruct. Revved up. Increases the fire rate. It says revved up. What does it do? Fire rate increase the longer the trigger is held. Oh, but I guess because of the way it is, it doesn't work that way. Okay. So we have an obelisk dice roll thing. We're gonna go obelisk this way. This looks more cool. Fuck me, I guess. Fuck me, I guess. Can I just walk onto it? Yeah. Thought I had to jump onto it like like thing. I forgot that game's called. I
remember these strange tunnel objects. I've been burned by them more than I'd like to admit. But sometimes they just back. I want to track what's left to do. I don't want to be held accountable if it turns up your own. That's on you.
Like all your credits on the legendary model. I don't have 100 credits. I chose wrongly, I guess. I got 74 credits. That's nice. You did burst fire shot. I'm gonna do slight chance to ignite enemies. Powerful if you do fire. Nice. So we have map. Let's check. So we have a zone sub entity here, and then we're almost at boss. It looks like we're almost near the boss. Could not stun him for the life of you. You just can't stun him. Physical projectile.
For enemies Kofi00123 said, "Hey buddy, nice game, but I'm also a streamer. I would like us to be friends and play together sometimes. Add me up Discord by GraceDang23."
Thank you for following.
00123 just followed. Stream Elements said, "Thank you for following for Army."
If you do exclamation mark Discord, you'll get a link to the Discord, and I do play with people a part of my Discord. Then you just have to reach out in the Discord, and I can set up a time. We're coming up to a shop. Oh, we're at a shop. Nice. But yeah, exclamation mark Discord, and if you want to play some time, it'll be available there.
Of quiet and serenity. Sometimes I sit in these places for hours, pretending the rest of it wasn't real. There's no threat here. Just a chance to buy what you need. It's such a jarring change of pace that you question whether it's a trick.
Removes projectiles. Digital projectiles. That is good. Almost trust data on. I'm gonna go this way. Excuse me. Got some diamonds. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. We're coming in nearing the end of the stream anyways.
Welcome back. Strange, isn't it? The dying part. That's the thing with this place. There is no end. Just a nice little reset button. Well, don't let me stop you. Go on. Back to the meat grinder you go. We've got an escape to formulate.
I'll apply that later. Alright. Save and quit. We're gonna end stream here. Alright, we're gonna end stream here. I wanna check out this person's thing and see if they're a bot. If they're not a bot, then it's fine. But anyways, thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you guys all later in the